So in point of sale project, there will be 4 modules. First is authentication module, where we will be building a authentication service where user can log in with the email and password. So password will be password and email will be superadmin@example.com. You can find this credential in the code. Login. So after login, you will be presented with this dashboard where you can manage your customers. So you can create a new customer, click save to save it. You can also edit a customer. So let's rename this. And you can also delete this customer. Whenever you try to delete something, a pop-up will be open and you can click on confirm to delete the data. Next, we have this product module where we will be managing all of our product and their stocks. So currently it is 68 stock and our stock is 98. So we have two products. First is dairy milk and second is Parle-G. You can create a product by hitting the creating button. So let's name a product Maggie, and this will be snack. Price will be 24. Stock will be 100. And in here we can choose a image. You can also choose a image from here. Click choose Maggie, and your image will have a preview section. Then click on the save button to save the product. You can also edit this product, change the price and also change the stock. Click save and you can see here our price and stock has been updated. You can also delete the product by clicking delete button. Then we have the order module where we will be creating orders for our customer with the product we have stored. So to create order, click on this create button. So first we need to select a customer. Then we need to select a product. You can also do some searching. So let's say dairy milk. Price will be automatically shown in here. We have this quantity. You can change the quantity to 10. You can also add some discount as a percent. So let's say 5% discount. So it will be total will be calculated automatically. You can add this product to your cart. You can add multiple product. So let's say Parle-G. Price is in here. We can say 5. Add this. So and you can also remove product from this cart. So let's add it again. Click save to create this order, and then you can also print this order. So click print. Here is your order detail. So we have a order ID, order date, your customer information and the product he is buying. Okay. So click print to print this invoice as a PDF, and you can save it as a PDF. So this is our project. We are going to be building this project with front-end React and back-end Laravel. And if you like this project, please like this video and subscribe to this channel. And if you want more project like this, click on the bell button. So whenever I upload a new video, you will be getting notified. So I will be building this project with different technologies in later videos like front-end Vue, Angular and back-end Node.js. So stay tuned and let's start the project. So let's target this video for 50 likes, and if I get 50 likes, then I will be uploading the source code to the GitHub, and you can find the source code in the video description. So in this video, we will be creating this project point of sale. So in this project, we will be using latest React 18 and React Router DOM 6 for routing, and for the state management, we will be using MobX. For the form validation and form submitting, we will be using React Hook form. For the backend, we will be using Laravel for API generation. To work with Laravel application, you need to install PHP in your Windows system. To work with Laravel, you need to have latest PHP. So you can set up it in Windows via XAMPP. XAMPP has latest PHP 8.2. It comes with also a MySQL database, so you do not need to install it separately. We need also Composer for downloading PHP packages and also installing Laravel application. So for the version controlling, we will be using Git, and for the text editor, we will be using VS Code. So I have already installed XAMPP and installed Composer in my local development environment. Now we will be opening VS Code. Open folder. So our root directory, so our project directory will be pos-toot. select, and in here we will be installing Laravel. For this project we will be using latest Laravel 10. So before proceeding, let's check our PHP version. So it's PHP 8.2 Composer. So Composer is 2.5.5. Okay. To install Laravel, go to Laravel official website, click on documentation, and from the installation menu, scroll down, and we will be using Composer to create our Laravel application. Copy this command, paste it in here. We will name our application POS Laravel, and we will be using JWT rather than its default authentication system, that is Sanctum. So for this we will be using time on JWT auth library. So we will be installing this. So copy it, cd into this folder POS Laravel. So we are inside this folder. Let's install time on JWT auth. So while it's installing, let's create the database. So database name will be POS Laravel. Our database has been created. Go to .env file, and in here DB connection is MySQL and the database name will be POS Laravel. Password will be root, username will be root, and password will be blank. Before proceeding, we will have to modify our user table and we will be adding some extra field in there. So go to database, migration, and in here we have some previously created default migration. Go to this go to create user table and we will be adding some extra field. First name, last name, phone number, and zip code. And there will be a boolean field which will be is super admin. So there will be two types of user. One is super admin and another will be normal user. By default it will have false value. Next we need to add this field to our model. So go to app, models, user, and in field level we need to add these fields. So first name, last name, zip code, phone number. So we have defined all the fields. Let's run the migration. PHP artisan migrate. Let's check the database. So we have our tables and schema. So this is the latest schema: first name, last name, phone number, zip code. Now we will be adding some fake user. For that, Laravel provides factory. So by default we have a user factory, and in here we need to generate fake data. So for first name we will be using first name. For last name we will be using last name. Then we will have phone number, which will be random number between 10 to 10. And for the zip code we will be creating 6 length of random numbers. So now go to Seeder. In here we can create fake user data. For this tutorial we will be creating two user. One is super admin, another is normal user. It will be super admin, so it will be true. Email will be super admin and another will be false, and email will be guest, GUEST, or normal user you can say. Okay, so let's seed the database. So as you can see here, we have two user, super admin and normal user, and super admin is true. Okay, password will be password. You can check it in the factory. So it is password. So before proceeding further, we need to initiate it as a Git repository. So git init, git add all, git commit am fresh. Okay. Now we need to configure the JWT. So go to this readme. So in the providers, we do not need to follow this step because we are using latest Laravel 10. We need to also publish the configuration, so we can modify the configuration of the JWT token. So in here we have the JWT configuration, and in here we can change the configuration like public key, private key, and most important is the expire time. By default it has 1 hour of expire time. We can also change it in here. So to override this, we can add this key to our environmental file. So .env in the bottom. So we will have it like 24/6. So the value is in minute. So 60 minute into 24, that's been 1 day. So it will be 1440. Okay. So 1440. Next we need to generate the JWT secret. Okay, so the secret has been generated and it is also added to your environmental file. Okay. Next we need to configure our authentication system so that Laravel can use JWT rather than its default authentication system, which is Sanctum. Okay. So we need to implement JWT subject in our user model. So go to app models user, and in here we have to implement JWT subject. Let's import it. So it is import in here. We will be removing this has API tokens because we are not using Sanctum, and we need to add these two methods to our user model. Okay. Now everything is fine. So next we need to configure the auth card. So in the default we need to change it to API. So we will go to config, then auth, and in default guard is web because we are using solely for API generation and REST API generation. Because we are using Laravel for REST API generation, we will be using default guard is auth. So we will be using API as a default guard. Next, in the guard array we need to add this API. Okay. So it is the guard array and we need to add the API. Okay. So let's copy it and paste it in here. Okay. So API, it is JWT. So next we will be adding some basic authentication routes. So let's copy it. Go to routes api.php file. We will not be using Sanctum, so we can remove that. So we have login, logout, refresh, and me, which will return authentication user data. I will change this to get. Okay. And it is prefixed with auth, so we can differentiate with other routes. By default, whenever we are actually putting any kind of routes inside api.php file, by default it is prefixed with API. You can check it in here, app providers, route service provider. So in boot method we are actually prefix it with API and it is guarded with middleware API. Okay. Next we need to create this auth controller, copy it, paste it in here. In app HTTP controllers auth controller, we have our authentication controller. Now we need to implement all these methods which we are defined in the routes. So let's copy paste this method, copy all these 4 methods and paste it in here. So in the constructor, we are guarding this auth controller with auth API middleware. That means the JWT middleware. We are accepting the login because login will not have any kind of authentication. It will be a public API. We are accepting the email and password, and we are attempting auth with the credential, and if it is successful then it will return the token, otherwise it will return unauthorized 401. This respond with token function is nothing, just a response with JSON. So in here we are returning access token, token type and the expire time. So in here it is by default 60, but we have modified it, so we will be using env, then JWT TTL, and if it is not fine then it will be by default will be 60. Okay, let's double check that. So JWT TTL. Now run the application. Okay, so our application is running. So we will be testing these APIs with the help of Postman. So I have already configured some request with the auth folder for this tutorial. So we will be testing the logging route. So it will be our URL, then API, then auth and login. Request type will be post, and this will be the JSON data. So let's try it. So target class auth controller does not exist. So let's check it. So in Laravel 10 we have some new syntax of defining routes. So now we will be defining routes with this syntax, where we will be passing array as a second argument, and first argument will be the controller, then the second argument will be the method it is firing. Okay, so we need to also import that auth controller class. It is imported in here. Okay, so now let's try it. So it is working perfectly. Our access token has been generated. So let's copy it, and we will be checking the auth me, that is the authentication user data. Let's paste it in here, save it, send. Now we can get our logged in user data. So superadmin@example.com. So let's log out. It will be a post request, and we need to pass the authentication token. Paste it. Let's send it. So user is successfully logged out. Next, if we try to access the authentication user data, we will have this exception that route login is not defined. By default, whenever there is an unauthorized request, Laravel will redirect its user to the login route. So we need to stop this default behavior. So for that we need to go to app http middleware authenticate, and we need to comment this function. So it is actually redirecting to login. Okay, so we need to comment out this function, and we need to also modify the exception also. So by default, Laravel will be generating a default exception HTML page, but we need to return the exception as a JSON response. So for that, we will have to override the renderable function, which will be accepting a callback function. So it will be exception, and the request will be request illuminate support facade. Okay, so this is the request and this is the exception. So if the request has prefix API, we will be generating this array of exception message. So we will be generating exception messages via get message method. To get the message, we will get the exception code, line of the exception, and the file where the exception has been occurred. Then we will be log this data for debugging purposes, and then we will be return the response as a JSON response. So error will be true, message will be the exception message, and we will pass the data, and the exception code will be 403. So let's check it. Okay, so we have a, so for this request we need to use illuminate HTTP request rather than the support request. Okay, so now let's check it. Send. So as you can see here, we have returning the exception as a JSON response. So exception message is unauthenticated, code is 0, line is 95, and the file is middleware authenticate.php. Okay, so that's how we will be configuring our exception as a JSON response. So our authentication route has been completed. Next we will be building this customer module, and we will be creating the REST APIs for the customer module. First API will be the list API, where we will be grabbing all the list of customer from the database. Then we will have a store API to create the customer. Then we have a view API to view the customer, and we have a update API to update the customer, and a delete API to delete the customer. So let's build that. So let's create model and migration for our customer module. So PHP artisan make model customers, and we will be creating the migration also. So -m. So go to database migration, and this is the newly created file. We will be having some extra fields in here. So first will be string, let's say string, and first name, last name, phone number, email, then zip code, and all this field will be nullable by default. Now we need to define these columns inside our customer model. So go to app, customer model, and inside here we need to define our columns. So we have defined our columns: first name, last name, email, phone number, zip code. Okay, let's migrate the database. PHP artisan migrate. So it will be migrating the newly migration, not the old migration. Let's start the project. Let's create the controller for our customer module. PHP artisan make controller, customer controller, which will be a resource controller. So let's go to app HTTP controller, customer controller. So we have this previously built methods: index for querying all the list, create, we do not need any kind of create, store for storing the customer, we need that, show for viewing a single customer with the ID, edit, we do not need edit page, and in the update we will have this ID of the customer and updated data, and for destroying we will have the customer ID and we will be deleting the data. Okay, so we need these 5 methods. So let's create one by one. First we need to wrap this whole method. First we will define try catch. So if there is any kind of exception happening in there, we will grab it and log the exception. Okay, so first we will be querying all the customers from the database. Let's import db. Then we will be returning this data, but rather than defining it in here, we will be using a function to send the response data, and we will be defining this function inside a controller. So we will be defining this function inside our base controller, so that all the methods inside our main controller will be available inside our child controllers. in here it will be customer controller. So first method will be send a response. So this function will be this function will accept the success message. By default it will be action successful, then the data and the response code, which will be by default 200, and it will be returning a response JSON. First parameter will be error is equal to false, message will be our custom message, and data will be our data that will be passed with the response, and this is our response code. We will be creating a similar function for sending error data. So inside that it will be accepting same parameters. By default it will be 400 and error will be true. Next we will be creating a function to handle the exception which will be occurring in the catch block. So for that we will be doing similar thing which we have done in the global exception handler. We will be grabbing the message, exception code, line and the file. We will be logging the exception message for debugging purposes, and in here there will be a second parameter which will be send a response to true. By default its value will be true. If it is false, then we will not return any kind of JSON response, it will return null only. Let's import exception. Okay, now we can access this method from the child controller, that is the customer controller. So in here we will be returning this response, and message will be list fetch successfully, data will be our data, and code will be 200. So by default it's 200, it will be 200, and if there is any kind of exception we will handle this exception. Handle exception, it will be having the exception itself, and the send response is true, so we will be sending the exception as a JSON response. PHP 8 also now support typecasting, so we can also define this functions type that will be JSON response, so that if we miss something in here, let's say forget to return the response, or if any place in our code we forget to return the response as a JSON response, it will be marked as red underline, so that we know that we have made some mistake. PHP 8 actually introduced this kind of new feature. So next we will have this store function. So we will be first defining the try catch block, then we will be validating the incoming request, then we will be using the validator method, then we will be using the Laravel validator to validate the message. So it will be illuminate support Picard validator. You need to actually import this specific validator class, otherwise it will not be working. So if the validator fails, we will be returning error message will be please enter valid input data, then we will be returning this validator errors. Response code will be 400, and if everything goes right, then we will be creating the customer with the validated data. For any kind of database transaction where we will insert the data or delete the data, we need to use transaction, so that if any kind of exception occurred during the SQL insert, we can roll back to our previous state. So for that, Laravel provided with db begin transaction and commit command. So first we will begin the transaction. So after the query we will commit the transaction, otherwise the data will not be saved inside our database. And if anything exception occurred during this whole process, we will just roll back the transaction. Next we will be defining the show method. We will do the same thing with the try catch block. So first we will be defining this try catch block, then we will find the customer. If the customer is not found, we will be sending a error customer not found, and the error will be general then customer not found, and response code will be 404. And if everything is right, then we will be sending the response and the customer data. Response code will be 200. Next we will be updating the data. We will do the same thing. first we will define the try catch block. Then we will be finding the customer. If the customer is present, then if the customer is present, then we will be validating the data. So in here we are using email and phone number will be unique for every customers. So that's why we are using unique, table name and the column name. And during the update we are excluding the ID of the respective customer, so that during the update method we will not face any kind of unique error. So if the validator fails, we will return the error message. Please enter the valid input data and the validator errors. If everything goes right, then we will update the data. And if any kind of exception occurs, we will need to roll back the transaction. Then we will be returning the JSON response. Customer updated successfully, then the updated data and response code will be 201, and we can also set the type, which will be JSON response. Next we will be defining the destroy method. As you can see here, because we are not returning any kind of JSON response, it is saying that it is void. Okay, so first we will be defining the try catch block. Then if anything occurs during the transaction, we will be rollbacking the transaction. And in the try block we will find the customer. If the customer is present, then we will be deleting the customer and return the response customer deleted successfully and the deleted data, and the response code will be 200. So we have defining all the 5 methods which we will be needed for our REST API in the front end. So let's go to API and we will be defining the routes. So for that we will be creating a route group. We will protect all the routes with the middleware of auth. Then inside here we will be defining all of our customer routes. So this is the routes which will be prefixed with v1 customer. So we can also do versioning. So we can test version 1 and version 2 of these APIs. The middleware will be auth, so we do not need to include it in here. And by default the auth middleware will be using the API middleware because we have configured in the auth.config file. This is the list. For grabbing all the list, we will be hitting the index method. This is the post which will be hitting the, so for the list we will be using the index method. For post we will be using the store method. For viewing the data we will be using get, then we will pass the customer ID and we will be using the show method. For updating the data we will be using REST API put method and we will pass the respected customer ID. And for the delete we will be delete method and we will pass the customer ID. So let's test this and check this if it's working or not. So let's run the server, php artisan serve, go to postman. So I have already defined the request. So first we need to store the data. So let's try it. API version 1 customers, and the data will be like this. Okay, so let's send it. So it is saying unauthenticated. So from the login we will log in again, copy this access token, and in this customer group we can set the authorization token globally. So go to authorization bearer and we need to paste it in here. So all the available requests inside this customer group have access to its bearer token. So go to authorization and inherit auth from parent. Okay, so let's send it. target class customer controller does not exist. Okay, so for that we need to import it. Okay, otherwise it will not be working. So let's send this. Zip code field must be a string. Zip code field must not be greater than 5 characters. Okay, go to body. Okay, we have made some mistake. So in here it is saying 5, so we need to send it as a 6. Same for our, we will do the same for our update method also, string method. Okay, now let's try it. Okay, so we have a customer controller store, return value must be a JSON response. Okay, so maybe we just, so as you can see here, we did not return the JSON response after creating the customer. So that's why we are getting this error. Return value must be a JSON response. Okay, so let's return it. So it will be send response customer created successfully data, and the response code will be 201. Okay, so let's hit that again. Okay, so if we hit that again, we can see here, email has already been taken. Let's check the list API. So in here we have one entry, John Doe, ID is 1. So let's try the show method. It will be a GET request customer, then we have the customer ID, send. So we have the customer data. In update we will be updating the first name and last name so of the customer. So let's try it, send. We have successfully updated the first name and last name, and if we want to show this, yes, the data has been updated. So now we will delete the data. So go to delete, the method will be delete and the ID will be 1. So let's send it. So customer deleted successfully. Let's check the list. As you can see here, the list return empty. So our data is successfully deleted from the database. So that's how you will create REST API with latest Laravel 10. So for the REST API for our customer module has been ready. So let's go to the front end and create the authentication and the customer module. So next we will be moving to our front end and we will be generating the login and customer module, which will be a private route. So in previous video we have built the APIs for our point of sale project. So in this video we will be using those API to build the front end UI. So previously we have built the login API for logging, logout, and to get the authenticated user data. Then we also created the REST API for our customers for getting the all list of customer, creating the customer, getting a customer detail by its ID, then update the customer and also delete the customer. So we will be using those API to build our customer module. So in this module we will be building a table and there will be a create button. So in this module first user will log in by its username and password. Then it will be redirected to this private dashboard which will be protected by auth middleware, and in here he can see all of its customers. He can also create and edit his customers and also delete his customer. For UI we will be using the most famous UI library for React application, that is Material UI. So currently it is now 5.14 and these libraries have copy paste component which can be copy paste directly to your React component. For form validation and form data handling we will be using React hook form, which is also a famous library. Another is Formic, but in this video we will be using React hook form. And for schema validation we will be using YAP for schema validation. For the state management we will be using Movex state manager. It's a very famous state management library for front-end development. It not only support React, but it also support Angular, Vue, other front-end JS frameworks. In that case, we will be installing MobX, and for React, we will be using MobX React Lite. It is for functional components. Mostly nowadays, we use functional component in our React application. So we need to also install this MobX React Lite to support MobX state management in our functional component. So let's get started. We are in our project folder. So this is the API folder. We built our APIs with Laravel. Then we will be creating our React app in here. For that, open terminal. We will use create React app to create our React application, and we will use TypeScript for it. We will name our frontend application as POS React. It will take some time to create React application. So our React application has been built. You can see here we have a new folder, and inside here we have our React application. So let's open it inside our VS Code. Open terminal and type code dot. You can see here we have our React 18 application. React does not comes with built-in router function, so we need to install React router DOM. So our React router DOM has been installed. It's currently 6.17. Next, we will install the UI library, which will be Material UI. So npm install MIUI material, emotion React, and emotion style. For the form validation and form handling, we will be using React hook form. And for the schema validation, we will be using YAP resolver. So we need to install React hook form resolvers, and also YAP. Next, we will install MobX state management. And for React, we need to install also MobX React Lite. You can also install the MobX logger library to debug the MobX state management, like to visualize the actions and observers. So we will be installed as a dev dependency because we do not need in our live production. So all of our required libraries has been installed. Let's start the React app. I am using React Node 16 LTS version. So let's start the React app. npm start. So this is our React app. So in public folder, we have this index.html file, and in here we have this div with a root ID. And if we go to the source folder in index.txt file, we can see here we are rendering this as you can see here, we are rendering our React application in this div with the ID root. So this is our first component. So let's go to app.tsx. So this is the thing we have actually seen in here. Next, we will be creating some folders to manage our components and middlewares, and also state manager. So in source folder, first folder we need to create is config. In here, we will be storing all of our configuration like routing, menu, and other stuff. In here, we will be storing menu. So let's type menu.tsx. Okay. And we can also return it. And in here, we will be exporting our menus. So it will be customer. So for now it will be customer. We will be modifying this later. Next, we need to add a routing file where we will be defining all of our routes. So it will be a functional component. So let's name this app route. Then we will have a component folder. So in this component folder, we will be storing those components which will be reused in our application, like alert module, pop-up module, and also other stuffs. Next, we will be creating a views folder. So in here, we will be storing our views or components. Those are only used in a specific module, and which will not be reused in other components. Okay. Next, we will create a store folder. In here, we will be storing all of our state management like MobX stores, and also creating the root store. So for views you can also rename these as pages. So next we will create some component. There will be two types of component, one is guest and another is private. So create two folders here, gust guest and another will be private or authenticated user only. Okay, so in guest folder we will be creating our login screen, so login screen, so login.tsx, and in private we will be creating a folder named customers. In here we will be creating a index.tx. It will be our base layout for our customers. Okay, create a functional component, so it will be customers. Okay, and in login it will be also a functional component, so this is for login and this is for customers. Okay, so let's create some routes for this to access these components. So let's create some routes to access this component. We will go to config routes. This is a functional component. So there are two types of routes in React Router DOM. One is static, which is defined statically, and another is dynamic. So in here we will be using dynamic routes. You can use either of them depending on your application type. Routes, we will be using use route hook. It will be imported from React Router DOM. Inside here we need to pass a array with route objects. Okay, so let's name it routes and we will define it here. So const routes is equal to a array, then we will define the route objects. So it consists of path, then we need to define the element which will be a JSX element. So in our case it will be the JSX component. So let's try this tst save. Okay, now we need to, so we have imported it here. Now we need to return this route. Okay, so route, now we need to define this route component in our root component. So in that case we have this index.tx. We can also define it in here, but we will be define it in app.tsx. Okay, so let's define it in here. We name this component app routes. Okay, it is imported above, and we also need to wrap this component with browser route, and it will be imported from React Router DOM. So import. Okay, so let's go to our application page. So as you can see here we have a root directory and the name is test. Okay, so let's visit another URL and you can see here it does not have any kind of thing in here. So in here we will create another routes. Let's name it login and the element will be login, and there will be another route named customer, and in here it will be customers. Okay, so that is the main element, and in root we can also redirect it to this login component by default. So in element we need to say navigate to, and in here we will define the route. Okay, so login, so it will be respected to its parent element. So in that case it will be /login. Okay, so it will be imported from React Router DOM. If we go to root we can see here it is redirect to our login component. We can also visit our customer component, but later we will be protected this component with auth middleware. Okay, so let's designing the login component for that. So go to MIUI official documentation and we will be using a card element for that. So let's copy this basic card element and we will paste it in here. Okay, we need to also import all of this. So let's import all missing imports. Okay, and we will not using this text. We do not also need this action. Okay, so in here we need two input fields. Okay, so for that we will be using material UI text field. So this is the text field, and we will be using this. So this is the text field. There are three types of text field. We will be using this field. So let's copy this and paste it in here. Okay, so let's go to front end. Here are two fields, so let's modify it. We will add this full width. We can also set the type of the field. Okay, so we have added some style and also add a heading, and there are two text field with a submit button. Okay, so this will be our login component. So in MUI, if you want to style a component, you can use this SX pop to add some CSS style. We will be add some margin top, let's say 3. Okay, so now it's looking fine. So next we will implement React hook form to handle this form and submit the data. First we need to add the schema. So the schema will be an object. So first we need to add the schema, that is the structure of the form. So it will be an object. So this object will have two properties like email and password, and email will be string, it will be a required field, and type will be email. And in password field it will be a string required, and it will have a mean length of 4. So in this function you can also set your custom messages. We need to also import yep in above. After that we will use form hook from React hook form. From that we will extract handle submit function, register, controller, and from the from state we also extract errors and is submitting. Okay, so let's import that above, use form, and in here we will be using resolver, which will be a yep resolver, which we need to import above, and it will accept the schema. So we need to feed the schema, and we need to also set the default state of our form, and password also be empty. Okay, now we need to wrap these input fields with a form tag, and in here we need to also set the on submit function. So it will be handle submit, which is coming from use hook form, and there will be on submit function. So we need to create this function. We will grab the form data, which will be any for now, and in here we will be printing those data. React hook form will do is it will grab this input field and then run this handle submit function. So this handle submit function will be using this yep resolver and use this schema to validate the data. So if the data is validated, then it will return the data as a JSON object, normal JSON object, and if there is anything, it will be storing all the errors inside this errors object. Okay, so to use MUI with React hook form, we need to also wrap these MUI elements with controller component, which will be coming from React hook form. So let's do that. So we have wrapped our component with controller component, and in controller we need to define the name, which we have defined inside our schema. So it will be email. Next we need to bind this controller to our controller form, which will be coming from use form, and in the render function it will be a callback function. So in here we will be passing this field data, and inside here we will render our text field MUI element. We can also access the errors data. So in here we will check if there is any kind of errors related to email. So it will return true or false, and if there is any kind of errors regarding to this email, we will print those messages. Okay, and we need to also bind the field. Okay, so this will bind it here, and we need to also import it from React hook form. Okay, we will do the same for the second field. It will be password, and it will be labeled, so it will be labeled as password. Okay, so let's check that. Okay, React hook form has no exported number. Okay, resolver. It will not actually coming from React hook form. So it will be coming from hook form resolver. Yep. Okay. So let's try that. Email login, and you can see here we have our error messages. Okay. So let's type it. So it's an invalid email, and if we type @something, the errors will be gone, and for the password is the same. And if we go to console, so you can see here it is actually return the form data as an object. Now we will be calling the login API to get the authentication token. Okay, we can also use this is submitting, which is a boolean. So during submission of the form we cannot also click this submit button, so we can also disable that. So disable, so let's check that. So disabled will be our in submitting state. Okay, so let's create our Movex store, and in there, so in there we will be defining our login function and call the login API. So let's go to store, and inside store, so in here we will have our auth store. So let's type that auth store dot tsx, and it will be a class. So let's type it class. So there will be two properties, which is authenticated, that is the state of our user, and also the access token. Okay, in the constructor we need to make this property as observable, so we can access it from our functional component, and whenever this property value will be changed, our component will be re-render. So let's import make observable from that, and so we have two property and we have defined it as observable. Okay, so we need also two setter methods to set this observable. So we have created two method to set is authenticated state, which will be accepting a boolean value, and in here we will be set our authenticated value. Okay, so in set token, which will be accepting a value which will be a string or null. If the value present, so we will be storing our token to our local storage, and if the value is null, then we will be removing it from the local storage, and after that we will be setting our token value. So whenever we are setting this authenticated value to false, we need to also clear the token so that our auth store can be resetted. So to recognize this method as a action by our Movex store, we need to also explicitly define it as action. Next, we will be creating a function to call the login API. So let's create a function. So the function will be asynchronous function. It will be accepting the JSON data. So you can also create an interface or type of the data separately. Next, we will be using try catch block to handle any kind of error asynchronously. So before that, we need to also define our base URL. So it will be our React app API URL, then /auth. Okay, so this will be our base URL. We need to also define our React app API URL in our .env file. So for that, we need to create a .env file in our root directory. So .env React app API URL. So it will be http okay, so let's restart our application. Now we will use this base URL inside our login API. So for that we will be using fetch, and then we will be calling this login API. method will be post and the headers will be content type application JSON. So we can also define some headers. So it will be application JSON. So in body, we will pass our data as a JSON stringify. Next, we will convert this response as JSON. And if the response error is true, then we will return a promise reject and send the data. Otherwise, we will be setting this authentication to true and store the authentication to our set token method. And then we will be returning a promise resolved data. And if there is any kind of error or exception, we will console this. Okay. Now we will be using this method inside our functional component. So rather than using this auth store directly into our login component, we will be creating a root context, and inside there we will be creating this auth store instance and using that context inside all of our component. So before that, we need to export our class and we will be creating a root store. Okay, so let's create root store .tsx. So we will be exporting a class named root store, and in constructor we will be creating the auth store object. Okay, so let's define it, which will be type of auth store. So we can create a interface for our root store also, and we can implement this here. What is the benefit of this is that we can now pass this root store instance inside our auth store and access this root store from the auth store. So what is the benefit of this structure is that from the auth store now we can access all the functions and other store methods inside our root store. So let's go to auth store, and in here in the constructor we will be grabbing root store. Okay, create a root store in here. Okay, now we can implement it here. Now we can access all the functions and other stores from this root store. So let's create an example. So in our login function, whenever there will be an error, we need to create a handle error function so that we can reuse it in every component and every other stores. So and it will be reused in other stores and other functions as well. Okay, so in the root store we will be defining a function. So in the root store we will be defining a function named handle error. It will have a error code, then which will be a number or null. Then we have the error message and the error data. Okay, and in here we will be console log the error data, and if the error is 403, that is the unauthenticated error, we will set our auth store to false. Okay, so this .auth store set authenticated is false. We can access this auth store because we have created inside our constructor. So now we need to define it in our interface, which will be a function. Inside here we can now access the handle error function. So this dot root store, and in handle error we will pass the error code. So we can pass any kind of custom code in here and say that something is wrong, and we can also use this error data inside our if else object. And if there is any kind of error regarding to the API response, we can also handle it here. So we will pass the response status, the message, and also the total data. So that's how you can actually access all the functions inside our root store from auth store. So now we will create root store context. Okay, by using the create context method, and in here we will instantiate the root store. So let's import it, and now we will create a hook to access this store. So use store, use context, and then we will pass the root context. So we are getting a argument type context. So in that case, so in here we are actually importing the create context from VM. It will be React, Okay, now everything is fine. So now we can use this use store hook to grab this root store instance. So go to login component, and inside component we will define const root store, and from root store we will be also extracting only auth store, and it will be coming from use store. We have imported it from the root store, and we are grabbing the root store and extracting the auth store. So now what we can do is we can also call the auth store login method in here. We need to define it as async. Then first we need to also define the try catch block, and if there is any kind of error we will console this, and in try we will use the auth store login function, and in login function we will pass the data. So we can also pass the data directly, or we can pass the data as a JSON object also. So data.email, we will use await to get the data. So if the login is successful, our auth store will set the authenticate to true, and we will set the access token. Whenever this happen, we need to redirect to our private component, that is the customer component. Okay, so whenever our authenticated status will be changed, our component need to redirect to our customer component. So in login method we need to define if the user is login, then redirect to customer component, that is the private component. So in here we are actually getting the is authenticated observable from auth store, then check the observable. If it is true, then we will navigate to customer, otherwise we will be continue to this login component. So we need to also navigate, so we need to also import navigate from React router. So we have set our login component, so let's test this. So React hook form is called conditionally. Okay, so we need to define the use form hook at the top level because we are returning it in here. So let's define it in the top level. Okay, let's check it. Okay, it's working fine. Let's try to log in. So it's password, copy, let's log in. Let's check the header, localhost. So localhost 8000 auth login. So we have a mistake in here, it will be API/login. So let's go to environment/API, we need to add. Let's restart our React app because we have changed in our environmental file. So we have logged in successfully. So this was our payload. We have the access token, and if we check the local storage, and we have also stored the access token in our local storage. So in here, as you can see here, we are also redirecting to our customers. So this is the customers. So our application is working fine. So if we try to go to login page, we can also actually visit this login page. So this is not working because we need to also make this component as an observer. So in here we need to just wrap it inside observer, which will be coming from mobx react lite. Okay, so paste it, and we also do the same in our customer component, so it will be also a observer. Okay, so whenever we are actually using mobx, we need to wrap every functional component with observer, so that if anything has been changed, all the components should be reloaded. Next, we need to also check the token if in the local storage. So whenever we are actually visiting this app, if the token is exist in our local storage, we need to also grab this token and set the authenticated to true. Okay, so let's do that. So in our auth store, so whenever we are actually refreshing the page, we need to get the token from the local storage, and if it is exist, then we need to set the authenticated to true. Okay, so let's try that again. Refresh. So as you can see here, it is automatically redirect to our customer. Okay, so let's try to go to login. Okay, so as you can see here, we cannot go to this login component because we are authenticated. So next we will be preparing this private component with MIUI. So we will have a base layout, and in there we will have this customer component. So next we will be designing our private component, and it will have a base layout. So in this base layout, we will have a top navbar, which will be consist of some menus. We will have a title and also a logout button. And in there, we will have this middle component where we will render all of our modules like customer module and product module and orders module. And in here, we will have some our reusable component like a alert component and also a pop-up component. We will also designing this create and edit form to create and update data. So let's start. So first we need to go to material UI, and from the app bar we can actually use this as a base layout. So it has a responsive navbar. Okay, so click show code, and we will be copy this whole code which will be in TypeScript and create our base layout. Because our base layout will be reusable to multiple components, we will be putting it inside our components folder. So in here we will be creating a folder layouts, and in here we will be creating a base layout .tsx. Paste the whole code in here. We do not need to use this typography, and in here we will be rendering our component. And if we go to top, then in here we have our navbar. So it is the drawer, and this drawer have a drawer component. So in this app bar we have our nav items, that is our menus. So it is like rendering, so it is rendering like buttons. Okay, so this is the drawer element where we also rendering our nav items. And in here we have a function to set the mobile state. So if it is true, then it will be opened, and otherwise it will be false. So in here we have our nav items, but if you remember, we already created a nav menu in our configuration file. So let's open there. We will create an object. So first will be label will be customer, and so URL will be our route URL. So let's try this customer. So customers, it will be plural. So let name these customers, and we will have like multiple menus in here like products, and it will be products. Now we need to just import this menu. So let's just name these nav items. Okay, let's go to base layout, and we will be deleting this, and rather than we will be importing from config menu. And in for loop, in key we will have item.label, and in list text item we will also have item.label. We need to do the same for our app bar. We need to do same for the other menus also. .label. Okay, so let's check it. Okay, so we have some. So to use material icon, we need to also install the material icon. Okay, so if you go to installation, in the bottom you need to just run this command to install material icon. Let's install this. So we have installed. Okay, let's run npm start again. So we have our customer component. So to use this base layout, what we need to do is we will be using this whole code as a base layout, and in here we will render our modules. So we need to define outlet, which will be actually imported from React router DOM. Okay. So let's go to route config routes. So we will be creating child routes. So we need to we will have a dashboard route. So all of our route will have dashboard prefix, and in element we need to print in element, we need to render the base layout, because we need to rename this as a base layout. Okay, so base layout. So let's copy this and paste it in here. And so we need to define all of our routes under children. So children, it will be an array, and in array we need to define our child routes. So first route will be customers. So we have the base layout, it will be loaded for all of our children's routes. So in here we have the base layout which will be loaded for all of our children's routes. Okay, and this extra component, that is the customer component, will be render in here. So let's try this. And in menu we need to also define it as dashboard slash customer and dashboard slash products. We need to go to dashboard. Okay, so in dashboard, as you can see here, we have the base layout loaded. And then if we go to customer, then our customer module will be loaded. Okay, so let's click on customer. So let's click on customer and products. Okay, so this is buttons, we need to change it to router links. So we need to change the list items to list item button. We will define the key as item level and make this component as a link. So we can change the material UI component by defining the component type. This link will be imported from React Router DOM, not from MUI. And now we can pass the to the item URL. And in list item text, we can now render the menu name. So we will do same for the top bar also. So we just make the button to a link component, and we have passed the to, and we have used the to prof to set the item URL, and this URL is coming from this. Okay, so let's try it, refresh it. So it's dashboard product, and if we go to customer, it is actually appending dashboard twice. Okay, so in here we need to define the full path. So slash dashboard slash customer slash dashboard slash products. Okay, so let's do that. And if we refresh it, customer, then products, so slash products, and we have the customer also. Then we will have our logout button. Okay, so let's also add that. So in base layout we will have our logout button, and this will have a on click logout function. So we will be define this function, and in here also we need to define the logout list item. Let's create this logout function, save it. So we will be creating this logout function in our auth store. So go to auth store. We have already created a login function. Let's create the logout function. It will be a asynchronous arrow function which will accept nothing. Okay, and in here we will wrap this function with try catch, so that if any exception occur we can catch that. And in here we will be handling this error. Okay, so this root store dot handle error. Okay, and in here we will pass our custom code 41419, then message something goes wrong and the error. And in here we need to also call the logout API and pass the BRR token. So in that case we will be creating a fetch request which will be type post, and the URL will be logout. And in header we will pass the token which is already setted inside our auth store. Next we will convert this response as a JSON. So in that case, if there is any error, we will be calling the handle error function and pass the response status and data message and the response message, and along with the error data. Then we will be returning a promise reject with the response data. Otherwise we will be set the authenticated status to false and return the data with the promise resolved data. So then we need to access this logout function. So go to base layout, and in here we need to extract the logout function from auth store. So const root store, we will be grabbing auth store from use store hook. Next we will create a function logout function, which will be a async arrow function, and in here we will fire this logout function. Okay, so first we need to wrap this function in a catch block. So if there is any error, we will be console logging this error, and in here we will be calling the logout function. So res data await dot logout. So let's try that and let's see if we log out properly or not. And before that we need to also wrap this base layout with observer. Otherwise, if any variable change their state inside our mobx store, the component will not be notified and the component will not be re-rendered. So let's do that. So we need to change this as a arrow function. So let's cut it const base layout. So this will be const, so we will be defining it as a arrow function. Okay, and we also need to export it in here, and we need to also wrap this inside observer, and this observer will be imported from mobx store. So we have also inserted observer from mobx react lite. So let's save this and check this, refresh it. We have in our customer. So in products, because there is no route defined, that's why it is showing blank. So if there is any kind of undefined routes or the routes we do not define, it will be automatically redirect to our base component. So in that case is dashboard, otherwise login. So we will be configuring that also. So let's configure that. In here we need to say this, that if we try to go to any undefined routes, it will be navigating to root. So in that case it will be navigating to login. If we have logged in, so it will be redirecting us to dashboard. Okay, so let's see that. Okay, so it is actually redirecting to customer because we did not actually modify the login function. We actually define the customer. So in that case we need to define dashboard / customers. Okay, so let's check that, refresh. As you can see here, if we go to, let's say, product page, it is automatically redirecting us to customer. Okay, so let's try different thing. So it is redirecting us to customer. Okay, so you can also render a 404 not found page. So let's click on logout and let's see if we are logged out and redirected to login screen. Okay, go to network. So yes, we have successfully logged out, but there is no state change. So let's see. Okay, so to see if the mobx state change is occurred or not, we can also use the mobx debugger. So there is no state change. So to debug mobx store, we already installed mobx debugger. So let's use that. So to use mobx debugger, we need to go to root store, and in here we need to enable mobx debugging. So in that case, process.env. So we are checking if the node environment is development or not. So then we are requiring mobx logger and enable logging. So we can also do that by our local environment variable. So it is like development. So let's try to use that. It is coming from React. So in that case, it is coming from React, and we can also use our local environment variable, this. So now as you can see here, we have a redirect to login. Let's log in with our username and password. So now you can see here all of our actions are observers. So here is the set token method, here is the set authenticated method, and also the set token method. Okay, and the argument it is passing. So it is very good for local development. It should not be used in your production environment. So as you can see here, our actions has been fired, but there is no re-render. This happened because we did not define the logout function as an action inside our make observable function. So we need to define it in here. So we have defined the login and logout. So in login, previously it is working because in login function we are actually observing this is authenticated observable. So that's why the component actually reload because of this is authenticated observable, otherwise it will not work. Okay, so let's define it. Login logout action. So we can actually define it here. So if it is not login, we should not be view this or load this component, but we need to actually rewrite this same code inside all of our components. So in that case, we will create a middleware or a functional component where we will check if the user is authenticated or not. So for that, we will create a middleware. In source directory, we will create a folder named middleware. So middleware is nothing, just a functional component. So let's name this private layout, private route dot tsx. It will be a functional component, and in here we will check only if the user is authenticated or not. So in here we will check only. So in here we will check only if the user is authenticated or not. Okay. So we will accept the accessible element in here. We also need to define the type also, react dot, it's a functional component, and in here we need to pass the element which will be a JSX element. So now we will use the store and access the auth store and access the is authenticated observer. So let's import it, and in here we will be checking is authenticated is true or not, and if it is not true, then we will be redirecting to login page. Okay, and this navigated will be imported from router DOM. So we need to also pass this private route inside observer function, which will be imported from Mobex React Lite. So rather than returning the HTML component, so rather than returning the HTML code, we will be returning the element, so which will be passing via props. So that is the simple middleware. Now we will use this middleware. So let's copy it, and inside config routes, so in here now in here we need to wrap this component with private component. Okay, so in that case it will be private route which will be imported. So we need to pass here base layout. We will be doing the same thing for our sub modules. So it will be customer. The private route will be loaded, and it will check if it is authenticate or not. If it is not authenticated, then it will be redirecting. Otherwise, it will be returning the passing element. Okay, so let's try that. Refresh it, login, and if we try to login, then it will be redirecting to login. Okay, so our private route is working. Next, what we need to do is, if we go to dashboard, first it is showing this blank page. What we need to do is, if we go to dashboard, we need to redirect it to customers module, so that whenever we try to reach this dashboard, customer will be loaded by default. So go to routes, and in here set the index route, so it will be blank, navigate to customers. Okay, so now if we go to dashboard, it will be redirecting to customers. Okay, so let's change the title, so it will be pose, and in here also. So next we will be adding a table in here and list all of our customers. So go to component, we will be using the same card element. So first go to pages, private customer index. So this is the customer. So in here we will be defining some styles. So we will be using box element from MUI. In the bottom we will be rendering our sub components. So in this customer section, we have this customer heading common for all of the sub modules for the list and also the create and edit form. We have this alert module which will be common for all of this module. So what we can do is, we will create a customer base layout, and inside here, so we will be rendering the sub modules like list and this form. Okay, so let's do that. Next we need to create the sub components for our customer module. So first will be list dot tsx. It will be also a functional component, so it will be list. Next we have our create form component, create component. So we have this list, create and edit. Okay, so in edit we need to also define it as a functional component. Now we will render this inside our base layout in here. Okay, so go to config, routes, like we have defined it previously. We need to define its child route here also. So in here we need to define the children's. So children path will be the index page where we will be rendering the list element. So it will be list element. So it is imported from customer list. We can name this customer list. Okay, we need to also define it in our list. So it will be customer list. Okay, for the edit and create we need to also define it as customer create, so it does not have any kind of conflict. And sorry, it will be edit, and in create. So now if we go to our, we can import it in here, customer list, then we will have customer create, and next will be customer edit. For customer create we will be using create. So in edit we will be passing the customer ID as a param. Okay, so now we have did it. Let's go to our application. So our customer list has been rendered by default. So let's go to create. So customer create, and if we go to edit, it will be edit. Okay, so that's how our routing is happening. So first we will be building this list component. So for that we will be using MUI data grid. Go to MUI X, and in data grid, so in here you can see here we have these beautiful tables. So it has sorting function, we have select, and also some filter. It is all actually client side, and we have also our pagination. So let's copy this code and see how it is, and let's see. So let's copy this code and see how it is working. So copy it here, and if we go to list we will be pasting all, and in rendering function we need to define it as a customer list. Okay, so in here we have this box and this data grid. So this data grid has rows, and this data grid has also columns, and we can define the initial state. Okay, so MIUI Dex data grid. So we need to also install MIUI X data grid to use this data grid. So let's go to installation MIUI X. We will be using data grid. So instruction, just copy it and install it. Start the application. So as you can see here we have our data grid. It is completely free and open source. You can also buy the premium version which has some extra features. So we will be using this simple table. We have rows, columns, initial state, and page size option. Okay, so let's see it how it is looking. Okay, so it's looking great. So these rows and columns, it will be stored inside our customer store, so that we can actually modify this row table. So this is the actual data that we are actually visualization in here. So we will be modifying this inside store. So first we need to go to store. We will create a new store, customer store.tsx, and in here we will be copy auth store and paste it in here. So in here our base URL will be customers. So in here we will be defining two data, that is row data and columns. Okay, so we need to also import this. Next we need to also define the columns. So in our columns we have first name, last name, email, phone, and also zip code. Okay, and we need to also show the ID. you can also hide this. Okay, but in here we will be showing this. So let's define it. So we have defined the columns. So first parameter field. So in field we need to provide the object key, then the header name, that is the title, and width of the column. Now we will create a function to fetch the data from the database and set this row data dynamically. Okay, get a setter function for this observable. So we will define a setter function to modify this observable. Next we will define the try catch block and use the handle error function to handle errors. Then we will fetch the list from the database. Then we will fetch the customer list. It will be a get request. We need to also pass the BRR token. Then we will convert the response in JSON. And if everything is alright, then we will set the row data with the incoming customer data list. Otherwise, we will handle the error and reject the promise. So let's rename this customer store. Now we need to create an instance in our root store so that we can access it from root store. So go to root store. In here we will be creating customer store and name will be customer store. We need to add it inside our interface. So we need to also implement it in here. This is the customer store, and in constructor we need to create an object of the customer store. So let's do that. And this is the customer store. Okay, and because we are passing this root store instance as a dependency inside customer store, we can actually grab this root store instance and make it a property inside our class and use it, and we can access all the stored data from this root store. Like we have accessed the token, root store, auth store, then token. Okay, so now we need to call this fetch list inside our customer list component. So go to fetch. So go to page private list, and in here we need to import the use store. So it will be root store. We need to grab the customer store from. Now we can use all the functions inside this customer store. We need to also define this fetch list as an action. So in here fetch list, it will be action, and also this set row data. Okay, so let's format this. So let's go to customer list component, and in here we will create a function which will be init table. It will be a asynchronous function, and inside here we need to define also the try catch block. So inside try we need to call the customer store fetch list function. So await customer store dot fetch list. Okay, so what it will do is it will fetch the customer list API and grab the data, and if everything goes right, then it will set the row data. Now we need to access this row data inside our list component, and in here we will be doing customer store row data, and we need also the columns. Okay, so we do not need this right now. So now we need to call this init table when our customer is loaded. So we will use effect hook. So we have imported in top. Now we can use it. Use effect hook. We have a callback function. So we have a callback function, and the second parameter will be empty array. So we want it to run it only once, not every time. So copy this and paste it in here. Okay, so let's check it if everything is working or not. Go to our React application. Now let's log in. We need to also fix this password to be password. So go to login screen, make this text field as type password. Okay, so type password. So it is now fixed. Let's log in. As you can see here, it is actually disabled during login, but we have some problem in here. So it's saying exception message API customers list not found. It could not be found exception code. Okay, so in here we need to update it v1. Okay, let's log in. Okay, so as you can see here, it is working. There is no data, so let's try to put some data. So in login, so let's logged in, and we'll use this access token to create our fake data. Save it and store. Let's fire this. So we are entering last name, first name, email and phone number to this v1 customers. Method will be post. Send it. So we have created a customer. Refresh it. Okay, so let's check our network. Okay, so we have our data, but it is not set in here. So let's see what is happening. In list, we need to also wrap this functional component inside observer. Okay, so let's do that. And we need to export customer list, and this observer will be imported from Movex React Lite. Okay, so let's save this. And we need to also do for the rest of the component. So in index, we have wrapped this. Edit, we need to do the same. Observer. Okay, save. Do the same. Okay, so now it is working. So as you can see here, our state was changed, but the component was not reloaded. So that's why there is no data. But now we have our data. Okay, so let's style this component and center these elements. And we will also have a add customer or create customer button in here. Okay, so let's do that. So in here we are using container component of MEUI to center our application. So we have setted the max width to large screen, and we are using the box component. And inside here we are rendering our submodules. So next we will have our actions button in here so that we can do edit and delete functionality. So let's add that. So let's go to customer store, and in column definition we will add our actions button. So we have our actions button, field will be actions, and header name will be actions. We do not want to sortable or filterable, and in render cell we can render our JSX element. So in here you are using list button component. We need to import that. We need to also import delete icon. So we have imported our icons, and this is our edit and delete icon. Let's see. So we have here our edit and delete link. So in edit link, if we click here, we can go to our edit dash the customer ID, that is 2. So in here it is 2. We just convert this list item button to a component link. Then we are using toProp to generate a dynamic edit URL. So in that case, we can get this row object by using the params API. So in render cell callback function, we are passing the params. So inside this params.row.id, we can actually get the object ID. That's mean this ID. Okay. We will implement also this delete functionality later. So in create, we have also create a button, convert this button to a link, and use create route. So let's go to customer create component and create our form. So first we will be creating our validation schema. So it will be an object with first name, last name, email, phone number and zip code. And we have defined some validation like string, required, minimum and maximum number of the character to handle submit, and also if resolver to validate the form data with the validation schema. So in here we have also defined some default route. In here we have also some default values. Next we will be building our customer create form. So let's build that. So let's create that form. So I have already built the form. So in here we used box component to wrap this component inside a box. Then we will wrap our input fields with form HTML element. This handle submit function actually grabbing the form data and validate with EF resolver with the validation schema. It will be passing the validated data on this onSubmit function. So let's create that. Next we are using material UI grid to places our input field like so as we know every grid has 12 columns and we are using 6 columns for each field, so it will be taking 50% of the space. Next we are using text field and wrapping this text field with the controller component which is coming from React hook form. This is the name. We are binding the controller with it and showing errors if there is any errors respected to this key. So we have done this, all of this component, name, email, phone number and also zip code. At the end we have two buttons. First is save, which will be type submit, and another will be a normal button, and in normal button we will have a on click function to navigate back to our list component. So to use this navigate we need to import use navigator. So we need to import use navigator hook. So we need to import use navigator hook. So we need to import use navigator hook const navigator. Okay, so we have imported the use navigated hook and it will be imported from React router DOM. So this is the view. As you can see here, we have the customer, then we have the create, and this is the form. And if we try to submit it, we have these validation messages. Okay, so it is working perfectly. So let's try to grab this data and create customer. So for that we need to go to customer store, and in here we will be to create a customer we will be creating a function to create a customer. So it will be a asynchronous function and it will be accepting the post data, that is the form data. And in try catch block we are handling errors. Then we are using this fetch to call our base URL. So next we are using fetch, type will be post and our URL will be the base URL. We are passing the authorization token in here. Content type will be application JSON and body is the form data. Next if the API call is successful, we will return the promise resolve with the respected data. Otherwise we will handle the error and reject the error. So in that case, when we are rejecting the error will be occurring inside our catch block. So we can also do some kind of form validation. So let's define this as a action. So this will be an action. So this is the create data. Next we need to use this create method inside our customer controller. So we have used the use store context and extract the customer store. We can also extract the create data function from the customer store. Next we will use this create data to create the customer. So we are using this create function and pass the form data, and if everything is alright, then we will be resetting this form and navigate to back. We will be iterating to every keys of that error object, and we will use set error method to manually set the error with the respected field. Okay, so in here you can see here we have the errors inside this data object, and we have the key for each field, and inside this array we have the error message. So we are iterating every keys and grabbing the keys name, then set the error manually with the error message. So error.data, then the field key. So let's try this, refresh it. So let's save this data. Okay, so we have successfully entered this data and the data is available inside our list. Okay, so the response status is 200. Let's try to create the same data. So I will be using the same name, and if we save this, there will be a 400 error. please enter the valid input data. The email has already been taken. So we have the data object, and inside here for each key we have this error message. So in the field we are setting the error for each field with the respective error message. So that's how you can set the error manually inside your form component. So let's go back to it. We need to also delete this debugger. Okay, so let's delete this. Next we will be working on this edit field. It will be the same form, but we need to populate our user data, but we need to also populate the user data in it. For that case we will be using this show method API and update API to get the old data and update with the new data. So let's just copy and paste this component to this edit component. So let's rename this edit component. Okay, now we need to go to customer store and create two methods. So let's go to customer store, and in here we will be creating two methods. First will be get data. So in here we will be passing the customer ID and call the view customer API. So the API method will be get. We will be adding the authorization token, and if everything is right then we will be resolve this data. Otherwise we will be rejecting this data and handle the error. Next we need another function to update this data. So this function will accept the customer ID and the post data. We will be calling the update API for that. The method will be put. We will be also passing the authorization token and the latest form data, and if everything is all right then we will be resolving this data. Otherwise reject this data. So we need to also define these two methods as an action inside our make observable function. Next we can actually grab these two methods inside our edit class. Next we can grab these two methods inside our edit component. So go to edit component. And in here we will use these two functions. So we will be using use effect hook to pre-populated the form, and in the dependency array we will be passing the ID, so that will be passed through URL. So to grab the ID parameter that is passed through the URL, we will use param hooks, which will be coming from React Router DOM. So inside here we will be calling a function which will be init form. So let's create that form const. So in here we will be defining our try catch block, and next we will be checking if the ID exists. Then we will be calling this get data function to get the latest data. After that we will be using this data to pre-populate our form with the reset method. This reset method is coming from use form hook. So let's check that. This will be edit form. So we have this error update. So on submit function we have this update data, and in here we need to pass the ID and alongside our post data. So TypeScript actually showing error in this ID. So first we need to check if the ID is existed or not. So for that we will be checking if the ID existed or not. If the ID existed, then we will be calling this function. So let's check that if it is working or not. Okay, so this is our email. Save this. So it is working perfectly. Next we will be using the unique test case. Save it. So as you can see here, the email has already been taken. So our validation is working fine. Our server side validation is also working fine. Let's save this. Okay, so we need to join D2. Let's save this, and as you can see here, our email also updated in here. So next we will be doing the delete functionality. So in that case we will have a pop-up like that, where if we agree this, the delete API will be called and the data will be deleted. So for that we need to use a dialog component, and it will be a generic component which will be used for every modules in delete component. So because it will be a generic component, we will be storing this inside this component folder. So we will be create a folder named dialog, and inside there we will be creating a component app dialog dot tsx. This will be a functional component. So this is our dialog component. So in here we have a state, so for opening and closing of dialog, and this is the to function. And inside dialog we have this title, this text, and there are two buttons, that is handle click open and handle close. Now we need to create this function inside a store. Now we will be creating a separate store for this dialog component, and we will be defining this function inside that store so that we can access it from any other component. So let's create a store for that. So inside this dialog store, so in this store we will create a observable is dialog open, which will be false. So this will control the dialog open and close functionality. There will be a dialog text which will be dynamic. By default it will be are you sure. Then we need to also define this is dialog open as observable, and we will be creating three methods for this, and we need to also define these methods as the action inside our make observable. So in open dialog we will be passing some data. So in this data there will be two things. First is the confirm function that will be dynamically sent from the parent element, and there will be a dialog text, and it will set the is dialog open state to true so that the dialog will be opened. Next we have this closed dialog function. So in there we will be resetting our confirm function, which we have defined it here, so that the confirm function is reset every time the dialog is closed, and also regenerate every time the dialog has been opened. So next we have this confirm action. Whenever we click on the confirm button of the dialog, it will fire this confirm function, which we have set up during open dialog dynamically. So this is the confirm function. So now we will access these three functions inside our dialog component. We need to also set up this confirm action function inside our make observable as a action. And it will be a arrow function. Now we will access this methods and property from our dialog component. So first we need to instantiate it in our root store. So let's do that. So it will be dialog store, and it will be dialog store. Now we need to also define it inside our root store class, and in here we will create an object. So it will be dialog store. Okay. Now we can actually extract it from the root store context. So go to dialog component, and in here we can extract the dialog store. Now we will extract the observable and actions. So first is, now we will extract the three method. Now we will extract the observable and actions. Next we will be grabbing the observable and actions from this dialog store. So now we do not need to use this component level state. We can directly use the store. So it will be is dialog open. On close it will be close dialog. In confirm action we can also use it in here, and for close dialog we can also use this in here. Okay, and also in here. Okay, So on click, close dialog. Okay, so we have the confirm action button and also the is dialog open state. Now we can actually access this component via open dialog function. So from any component, whenever we will fire this open dialog and pass the dependency data, we can actually control this dialog component. So let's see that. So we will be go to this customer store and we will be creating a function to delete the customer. So in delete data, we will pass the customer ID. It will be asynchronous function, and then we will call the delete API. Method will be delete, and if everything goes fine, then we will be resolving this data with the response data. Next, we will be creating another function to control this dialog. So we will be creating a function named delete dialog, which will be a asynchronous function, and it will be accepting some params. And in here, we can access the dialog store. So this root store dot dialog store dot confirm action dot open dialog, and in here we need to pass the object, and in this object we will be passing a confirm function, which will be a callback function which will actually fire the delete data, and in this delete data we will be passing the customer ID and the dialog text. Are you sure you want to delete this item? So let's copy this function and we will be putting this function inside this delete button. So in here we are actually calling this delete dialog function and passing the params where we can get the customer ID. So let's test that. Click on delete. We have one row selected, but there is no pop-up. Okay, so go to dialog store. We need to wrap this component with observer, so that whenever this is dialog value change, it will re-render. So let's try again. So open dialog has been called, but there is actually but we did not see the pop-up. Okay, so if we click this delete button, as you can see here, open dialog function is called, but there is no dialog because we did not add this component in our base layout. So just copy this app dialog and go to component layout, base layout, and in here just paste it. Just import it. Because it is added in our base layout, the component will be available for all modules. Let's try this. Refresh. Okay, let's click on delete. Yes, are you sure? Okay, so if we click confirm, you can see here the data has been gone. If we refresh the page, so we can see here the data is finally deleted. Rather than calling the list API again, we are just grabbing this row data. So we are just filtering this array where the ID is not equal to the current ID, so that our table is also updated. It is much more efficient rather than calling the list API. So now our customer module is ready. So let's add some data in here. So let's save it. Okay, so we have entry a new data. We can also edit this data, save it. So, and we can also delete this data. Okay, confirm. Yes. So our customer module is ready. Next, we will be adding 2 extra modules. So this is the first part of the large project, that is point of sale. We will be adding extra 2 modules in there. Second will be product module. This will be the same module where admin can create, update, and see all of its products. Third module will be orders module, where admin can create invoices for the customer with multiple products. Thank you for watching. If you like this video, please like it, and if you want to see more of these videos, do subscribe to this channel. Hello guys, welcome back to another video. So in previous video we have built the login screen and the customer module for our point of sale project. We used React and MUI to build the UI. So in this project we can log in using the email and password. So in previous video we have built this customer module where we can list all the customer. We can create new customer, edit each customer, and also we can delete the customer with the help of this pop-up model. So now we will create so now we will create this product module where we can see all of our products. We can create products by the name, category, price, and the number of stocks. And we will implement a new feature named upload image, so we can upload the image from front end. We can also edit this product and also delete the product like customer module. So and in previous video we have also forget to build this alert component. In this video we will be implementing this alert component also. So first we will build the backend with the help of Laravel, and next we will be build the front end with the help of MUI and React. So let's get started. So this is our Laravel project, post Laravel. So first we will be building the product model, controller and its migration. So PHP artisan make model product -m to create the migration. So let's open the migration. Here we will have product name, which will be a string. So each product belong to a category. So we will store the category ID in here. It will be unsigned big integer. Next we will be storing the quantity and price of the product. So quantity will be integer. We will be name this stock, and then price price, and it will have total. So it will have total 8, and decimal precision will be 2. Okay, and then we will have our product image URL. So it will be image. And it will be nullable, so it will be optional. So this is our fields. So this will be our property of our product model. So let's add this property. So add these properties to our model product. So in here we need to add this field to the fillable. So name, category, ID, then stock. So then stock. So we have this. So we have include all the fields: name, category, stock, price, and the image. So this will be. So in case of image, this will be the image URL. Okay. So this category ID will be coming from the category table. So we need to make this table also. So let's create that. So this category ID will be coming from a separate table, which will be named as category, where we will be storing all of our categories. So let's build that. We will create the model and migration. So let's go to migration. So in migration it will be categories, and in here we will be storing only the name. Okay, so name, and let's copy it and go to category model, and in fillable we need to also include the name. Okay. So let's go back to product. So let's go back to product model, and we can create the relationship. So one product will be belongs to one category. So let's create function public function. So we'll be returning this belongs to. So first parameter will be the relational model. So in case it will be category. The foreign key is category ID, and the owner key will be ID. So we have created the relationship. Let's create some demo categories. So go to Seeder. In database Seeder, in here we will be creating some demo categories. So first we will be truncate the category table if there is any data. So let's import that also, and then we will be creating some categories. So category, and in here we will be providing the name of the category. So let's say, so let's run the seeder again. So in that case we will be running php artisan migrate fish. Let's run the db. So php artisan db seed. So this is our post Laravel. We have this categories table, and we have this 5. So we have these 4 categories: canned food, dairy, snacks, and vegetables. So then we will be creating the controller for our product model, so that we can create the REST API for it. So PHP artisan make controller -r to create a resource controller. So let's go to product controller. We will be not using the create method, show, edit. We do not need the edit method, and the destroy. So in index method, we will be returning all the products. We can actually get this from this customer controller module. So let's copy this and paste it in here. Okay, so let's import it. It will be db, and in here instead of customers will be products. Okay, products, because there is category id, we will not be getting the category name. So we need to join with our categories table and get the category name from it. So let's left join, table will be categories. It will be categories id equal to products dot category id. So in select, first we need to grab all of our products column. So it will be products dot star, and then we will have categories dot name as category. Then finally we getting the data. Okay, so let's try this. First we need to create the route for it. So go to api.php file, and in here we will just copy the customer management. It will be product management, prefix will be products. So I have already built the apis in the postman to test the api. So this is the list, our domain api version 1 products, then /list. So let's get that. Okay, we have unauthenticated, so let's authenticate first. Send. We will grab this access token, and we will set this access token in the product globally. So bearer, paste, save this. So let's try again. Okay, so false, list fetch successfully, and we have the customers. So let's fix that. Product controller, data, products. Okay, so in here we need to change it to product controller. Let's try it again. Okay, so we have products. So let's create the store API. So let's copy the customer store function, copy it, and in product store we will be pasting it. Let's import validator. From Illuminate support FICAD. Otherwise you will be getting error. Instead of customer we will be having products. So product, and it will be product. Okay, we will import that. So let's change the validation field. Then we will be creating this product with the validated data. So let's test this. So let's test this. Store, we have products, name will be test product, category will be id, it will be text, stock will be 10, price will be 122, and for file we will be using this demo image. Open. So let's hit it. Okay, we have something went wrong, validate number does not exist. Okay, so let's go to this stocks, it will be number, so it will be numeric, and it will be also numeric. So let's try it again. So category id does not have a default value. So in here we are getting category id does not have a default value. Okay, so let's go into our model, and in here we have a spelling mistake. Okay, let's debug it in preview. So you can see here we have the name, category id, stock, price, and we have the image, which is a file. So before creating the product, we need to also store the image and get the image URL, and we will be storing the image URL to our database column. Okay, so let's do that. So let's create post data, will be validate or validated, then we will be storing the image. So in here first we need to prepare the image. So first we need to grab the image. So image file will be post data, it will be image, and we will be creating the image name. So image file name, current timestamp plus a randomly generate unique id. So we will be using carbon now to create the timestamp. Then we will be concatenating with the unique id. So unique id. Then we will be appending the image extension. So image file, so get original extension. Okay, so let's debug it. Go to postman, send. So in here we are actually generating the file name. We do not want time to be in this format, we want to get the timestamp. So then we can get the timestamp, save it. So now we are actually generating a random string of the image. We forget to have this dot, so it will be, so we need to also apply the dot. Okay, let's store this image to our Laravel local storage. We will be storing this image to our local storage. Our image will be stored inside this storage folder, app directory. If you want this image to be accessible via public, we can store it in public. Otherwise, we can store it in a separate folder. So first, we need to check if there is any directory. So storage. So to store the image, we will be using the storage figure. So storage, then disk public. This represent this directory. So we will be checking if there is any product category directory exist or not. If not exist, then we will be creating the directory. So storage disk public, then make directory, and so after we create the directory, we will be storing the image. So after we create the directory, we will be storing the image inside this directory. So storage disk name will be public. So now we will be storing this image inside this product category folder. So storage disk, so disk will be public because we will be putting our file with a custom name. First parameter will be directory, so product category. Second parameter will be our image name, and third parameter will be the image file. It will return the image, so it will return the image file path, which will be stored inside our database table. So let's log that path. So in here we need to first provide the directory name, then the image file, and then third parameter will be our image file name. Okay, so now we have our image file path, so it is inside product category folder. Then this is our custom image name. We will be storing this path to our database. So let's name this image path. So now we will be storing this as an image, and this will be the image path. So let's create this product and check if the image is stored or not. So inside storage, so it's now empty. So let's upload the image, send pretty, so it's false. Product created successfully, and we have the name, category, stock, price, and the image is a object. Okay, we have some problem in here. So we have successfully uploaded the image. but inside here we did not actually get the image path. Okay, so now we will be sending this post data instead of validate or validate data. Okay, so we are sending the post data array. So let's check this. Send. So false, product created successfully. So now name of the product is test product. We have the category ID, stock, price, and also the image URL. So it's the full path, product category, and then we have this image, and then we have our custom image name. So store store API is successfully working. Let's create the detail API. So let's create the product view API and also the product updated API. So in show API, we will be copying it from customer. Just copy it, and in show we will paste it. So instead of customer, we will be using product. This will be product model, find ID, and this is the data. So if the data is not found, we will be sending error, otherwise we will be returning the data. So because the product is also have category relationship, we can also agar load that, so that we can get the category name also. So in here we can use with method, and we can provide the relational name, so it will be category, and we want to load only ID and name. So ID will be compulsory, and then we can define the columns which we need. So in here we need only the name. Let's save it and test this. We need to return it here also, otherwise it will be throwing error. So in show, so this is the show. So let's get that product is not found. We need to check it to 2. Okay, so you can see here error is equal to false, product fetched successfully, product ID is 2, name, we have the image URL, and also the relational data, that is the category. So we can also access the category name. Let's create the update API. It will be same as store. So let's copy it and paste it in here. So first we need to check if the product exists or not. So let's do one thing. So let's do data product, find the product. If the product is not found, then we will be returning the error. So in here we can use this error handler, and if the product is found, then we will validate the request data, and in here during the updating of the data, the image field will be optional, so we will be adding sometimes. Let's save it, and if everything is all right, we will be getting the post, and if everything is all right, we will be getting the validator data. We will be getting the validated data. We will be creating the image, and also, and if there is any image, we will be creating the image. So we will need to add a validation. So empty. So we need to check here if the image is exist by the, so if the, so in here we need to check if the image is provided by the user. We need to upload the image. So let's wrap this inside, and if the images exist, we will be grabbing this image, generating a unique name. We will do the same. We will be checking the product directory. So before storing the new image, we need to also delete the old image. So we need to check if the old image is exist, then delete that image. So let's copy this, and in here we need to check, we need to grab the product image data, product, then image. In here we will get the full path, and we will be removing if the images exist. We will be deleting the image, and if the images exist, we will be deleting the image. So if the images exist, we will be setting the image path, otherwise not. So at last we will be updating the product data. So let's try that. So we have this old image. So let's go to update API, products, put, it will be 2 because our data ID is 2, update, and in here we will be setting this stock to 30 and image will be a new image. Okay, so let's try this. Okay, let's send this. Please enter valid input data, category field is required, stock field is required. Okay, so let's debug what is actually we are getting from the request. So you can see here the array is empty. So because input method we need to send all of our data with from URL encoded format, and in here we have also does not have the image upload feature input. So if you want to use file upload, you need to use the post method, otherwise you can use put method. So if you just send it in this format, let's send it, you can see here we have get all the data. So what we can do is here we can just convert it to post and we can use the form data. So let's go to API and input, we can use it as a post. Okay, so everything will be working fine. Let's upload the new image, send. Okay, name has already been taken. Okay, so in update we need to also exclude the current product ID. So it will be, so it will be data ID, so it will be data product ID. So let's test this again. Okay, data product is true, so our product is updated. So let's check this. So we have the new image, previously we have a different image, and if we want to go to show method, this is the old image URL and now this is the new image URL, and we have also changed the stock and the price. So let's check the image optional method. So we will be unchecking this. Let's send this, and in here we will be change the stock to 100. We have also updated the product, and you can see here the image is not removed, we have the old image. So if we go to show method, 78B, okay, 78B. So and the stock is also updated. So we have the image optional validation is working, and now we need to work on this delete product. We will be copying the destroy method from customer controller and paste it in here. Instead of customer we will be using product, this will be the model, and in here we are actually grabbing the product and then delete the product. So before deleting the product we need to also delete the image. So how we can do that? So we can just copy this line and paste it in here. So what we are doing is we are checking if the file is exist or not, and if the file is exist we will delete the file. Okay, so let's test this. Our product ID is 2, send. So product deleted successfully, the product ID is 2 and it is 78B. So let's check this. So inside our storage folder product category, our file is deleted successfully, and we have also deleted the data from the database. Okay, product not found. Okay, so let's store a new product. Product ID is 3, and in list API we are getting also the product. Okay, category name is canned food. So in future we will be need a extra service to grab the category list. So if we go to product controller store method, we will be grabbing this category ID. So to get this category ID, we need to also get all the categories from the category table. So for that we need to create a API service. So we can create a generic service to get listing of the categories. So, or we can create a init form service to get all the dependency data for our product create and edit form. So in here it will be category list. So let's create that. So we will be grabbing this and it will be init form. So init form, and we will be grabbing the categories. So categories. So categories, which will be querying for categories, which will be coming from categories. So in here we need to, so next we will be selecting, only ID and the name, then we will be grabbing the data. Okay, so let's die and dump that. So let's hit init form service. So it is a get service, so send it. So in preview you can see here we are getting the ID and name also in array format. So let's remove this, and if we hit the service we will be getting the categories ID and name, and it will be array. So we can iterate that in our drop down list. So our product CRUD API is ready. Now we will building the front end with the React MUI. Hello guys, welcome back to another video. So our product REST API is ready. Now we need to do one more thing. If we want to visit a single product, let's say this, we will get the image path only, not the image. Okay. So what will be the full path? So let's copy it, go to browser. We need to type our backend URL, storage slash, then we need to put the image URL. So this storage will be coming from this public folder, but in here we do not have any storage folder. So to do that we need to type php artisan storage link. So it will create a symlink in our public storage folder, which will be linked to our storage app public folder. That's mean storage app public folder. So this folder. So this is actually linked to our public this storage folder. You can see it in here. The benefit of this is that you cannot actually visit to this directory directly. Only you can access the file if you have the valid link. So you cannot actually browse to this directory. Only you can access this file if you have a valid link. So let's try this. As you can see here, we can get the image. But if we try to go to this directory, there will be this error, not found. Okay. So our backend API is ready. Next, we need to build the front end with React and MUI library. So let's go to drawing. So product will have some similar feature with our customer module, which we have built previously, like table, create and edit form. We will be copy this boilerplate and we will modify it according to our product schema. So let's do it. So we have open our React project in our VS Code. Let's start the project in npm start. So this is the application we have built till now. So we will be building a similar module to this product menu. Okay. So let's go to our React project, source, pages, private, and in here we need to create a folder. So it will be products, and we will copy these 4 files to our product folder. So index.tx will be our base. So index.tx will be our base template. So it will be products. Our component name will be products, and it will be also products. We need to also rename this from customer to product list. So it will be product list. In edit, we need to make it product edit, and in create, we need to make this product create. Okay. So now let's go to list component, and in here we need to also create a product store similar to our customer store. So let's create that. So let's create that store, and we will be creating a file named product store. So we will be copying all the functions from the customer store to our product store. So let's rename this to product store. So our base URL will be v1 products. So products, and in here we need to also change the column names. So our column name will have id, name, category, price, stock, and actions for edit and delete. Okay, so let's do that. So id will be the same, name will be name, and it will be product name. Then we have category, then we have price and stock. So we have modify our columns. We will have similar edit and delete feature. Let's go to fetch list, where we will be fetching all the data. So it will be a get request, base URL, then list, and if the response is okay, then we will be setting the row and resolve the promise with the response data. So in here it will be data, not customer, it will be products, and then we will resolve the data. And if there are any kind of error, we will handle it with the handle error function. So let's test that. So in product list, instead of customer store, we will have, instead of customer store, we will have product store. So product store. Okay, we need to add it into our so we need to also add it to our root store so that we can access it in here. So let's go to root store, and in here we need to create product store. So product, we need to also define it here and here also. Okay, so now we can extract it from root store. Let's go to list. So you can see here we do not have any error. So with the help of init table, we are actually getting the product list and setting up the data. So in here it will be product store, row data and column. Okay, which will be coming from this row data and columns. Okay, so let's visit to that. Obviously we cannot visit that because we need to define the routes. So let's go to the route, config routes, and in here we will be defining our product routes similar to customers. So let's copy it and paste it in here. It will be products. Our base template will be products, and in here we need to also make this product. So we need to also import it. I don't know why it is not auto importing. We need to import it. Import product list. Next will be product create. It will be create and it will be edit. Okay, now there is no error. Let's try to visit products. As you can see here, our product component is loaded and we have our product list. Okay, so first is ID, product name, category, price, stock. Next we need to also modify our create component. So let's visit that. So it is now first name, last name. We need to apply the product schema in here. So let's go to create, product create, and in here we need to define the schema. So first will be name, it will be a string, and name is required. Okay, product name is required. Then we have the category, and at last we have image, which will be a file. So we need to delete that. Okay, so price is required. Okay, same goes for stock, and for image it will be a mixed type. So next we need to also validate the image. So for creation of a product, image is required and its file type should be JPEG, PNG and JPG. if the image is provided or not. So here we are actually checking value. So if the value is present, then return true, otherwise return false. Next, we need to check the file format. So in here, we are checking if the value is present or not. Then we are checking the supported format. If it is include this extension, then we will allow, otherwise it will return false. Then we need to check the file size. Our file size should be under 5000 KB. So for that, we are checking if the value size is less than 5000 kilobyte. Okay, we need to remove this. So in here, we need to also add the minimum and maximum. So minimum should be 0. So price cannot be negative. So we have added the minimum validation so that our price and stock cannot be negative. Next, we need to also set the default value. So our first name will be blank. Then we will have our category. Then price, which will be 0. Stock, which will be 0. And also image, which will be blank string. Okay. Category should be category ID. Okay. We need to also update it in here. Okay. So next we need to also update the form. So first field will be name. Then in here it will be image. Okay. For image we need to also enter the type, which will be file type. And for the image we do not need to bind this dot field because it will be a file type, and file type will not be readed by our text field. Okay. So let's remove it in here. Okay. So let's check it. Okay. So as you can see here, we have this label. So we can fix this issue by entering focused. Okay. So on load, it will be on the top. Next, we need to also add a preview skin so that our uploaded image can be viewed. Okay. So for that, we can preview a image in here. So we will be using a card element for that. So this is the card element with a image. So this is the card element with a image. So let's copy it and paste it in here. We do not need actions and card content. Next we will have a image URL state, which will be modified whenever we upload an image. So let's write that image URL. We need to define it in here. So const image URL set image URL. Then we will use state, which will be a string or null, and the primary value will be null. And for the use state, we will import it from React. So let's add this variable. So image URL. So image actually expecting a string, but we are provide string as well as null. So whenever it is null, we need to provide a empty string. And we need to show this card element whenever our image URL is a valid string. Okay. So for that, we can do is image URL, and if it is present, then render this component, otherwise not. So our preview image is ready, and in here we need to access the on change event handler. So on change. Okay. So on change we will have a callback function, and in here we need to set the value whenever the field is changed. In this way, we will be grabbing the file data, not the image temporary string, because it says text field, it will be returning the image string. because it is a text field, it will be returning the image URL which we do not need. We need the file. So that's why we need to change it manually in here. So we can also get the uploaded file URL via URL create object URL method. So this will return the uploaded image temporary URL. We will be setting this URL to our image URL state. So we will be checking if e.target.files.length is greater than 0, then we will set image URL. Otherwise, we will be set image URL to null. So let's test this, refresh it. So open it. So cannot read properties of undefined. So it will be files, not file. Refresh it. Okay. So let's upload it. As you can see here, we are getting the uploaded image. So if we just cancel it, and if there is no file chosen, our preview image will be hidden. Next, we need to do this category. It will be a drop down menu rather than a text field. So let's do that. So we can use the same text field for that. Go to select. We will be using this text field. So if you show the code, you can see here we are using the same text field and we are actually defining it as a select element. And in here we need to render all of our categories. So let's copy this and we need to define it as a select, and in select it will be text field, and inside here we need to render the items. So in here we will be having categories. So it will be categories which we need to create above. So let's copy it, and in here we need to create it categories, and it will be set categories, and in use state it will be array which will be type any. You can also use the interface in here, but for the simplicity we will be using any. So we need to also load these categories whenever the form is loaded. So we will be creating a init form method. So let's create that const, which will be a arrow function. It will be asynchronous function also. Let's implement the try and catch method. So in here we need to call the service API to get all the categories, but we did not actually build that. So let's build it. Go to store. So go to product store, and in here we will be just copying this function. In here just copy this function and name it init form. So it will be init form. Our URL will be init form. It will be a get request. We need to also pass the authorization token, and if everything is fine, then we will be returning the categories data, which we will be grabbing it here. Const res data. We need to also get this function. So customer store create data init form method. Okay, it is not actually getting it because we need to also define it as a action. So we need to define it in here. Okay, now if we go to create, we can actually define it. We need to also change it to customer to product. So let's copy it, and we can also use it in here. Okay, so we need to also change it because it is conflicting. So in init form we will be getting the data. So we will await to receive the data, and after the data is received, then we will be setting up the categories state. So let's set up it. Set categories res data dot categories, and these categories will be rendered in here. Let's import also menu item. Okay, key will be option dot value. So rather than value, it will be ID, and value will be also the ID because we are getting the category ID. And in here, instead of label, we will be using name. So let's check this. Okay, so in category we are not getting anything because we need to also run this function init from data whenever our application is loaded. So let's call this use effect hook. The dependency will be empty, and in here we need to call the init from data. So let's, and in category you can see here we have all the categories, and in inspect menu, refresh it, you can see here we are hitting the init from service and it is returning all the categories in a array when we are getting the ID and name. So let's try to create a product. So before that we need to also modify the create method. So this is the on submit, because we are also uploading image and file. We cannot actually upload it as a JSON data. We need to create a form data, then we need to send it in a post request. So for that, what we can do is we just need to, so because we are actually uploading the form, so because we are uploading image with the post request, we need to use form. Normal JSON data cannot upload image or any kind of file. So for that we will be creating a form data. So form, then in a for loop we need to append all of our object properties inside this form data. So let's do that. We will be using the key as a property and the value. So data slash, so our form data is ready. Now we can pass this. Now we can pass this inside our create data method. So let's go to create data method, product store, and in create data method we need to now pass the post data as a form data. We will be removing this. So let's test this, refresh it. It will be Cadbury, it will be snacks, price will be 34, stock will be 11. Okay, so let's try to save this. Okay, so image is required, our validation is working. So let's upload the image and then save. So name is already be taken. So this is a server side error which is coming from our API request, which is coming from our services. So this is a server side error which is coming from our API request. So let's name this Cadbury 2, save it. So now error is false and product is created. So this is the product data we have stored, ID is 7. So our item is not visible in here because it is in the second page. So you can see here it is Cadbury 2 snacks, price is 34 and it is 11. Okay, we can also change it to 10 so that our, we can also change the items per page in here. Okay, next we will be editing the product. So let's try to edit that. So we need to also modify the edit form in here. So let's go to edit form, and in here we need to also modify the form. So in that case we can use the create form, copy it, and in edit we can directly paste it in here. Okay, so next we need to copy the validation schema, copy it, and in edit we need to also paste it. Next we need to also modify the default values. So copy it and paste it in here. Okay, so we have a init form function in here which is actually running whenever the component is loaded and we are actually getting the data. So let's go there and modify the data. So let's go to this function in our product store. So this is get data. we are passing the ID and we are getting the data. So, and if everything is all right, we are resolving the data. So we are resolving, and if everything is all right, we are resolving the promise with the response data. So let's get back to edit component, and in here we are actually setting the form with the data. So instead it will be product. So instead of customer, it will be product. But we need to also do one thing in here. So let's try to console log it. Let's go to in here. Okay, there is some error. Okay, so we need to actually import it in here. So menu items. So it will be imported from MUI. So it will be imported from material UI. Okay, we need to also set up the categories. So let's go to create, and in here we need to also copy these two things, image URL and categories. So let's do that. So we need to also define it in here, import it. Instead of customer store, we need to grab the product store, and in here we have the get data, update data, and we need to also get the init form method. It is actually conflicting with our previously defined init form. So let's rename this to init form data. So next we need to go to this create form, and we need to also load the init form method, and we need to also call the init form method and set the categories. So let's copy it, and in edit we will be doing this in here. First we will be calling the dependency data of the form. After that we will be setting the dependency data, and after that we will be getting the product data via product ID and initiate the form. Okay, so before that we need to also debug this data. So let's do it. So it is actually calling twice. So it is calling twice because we have the React strict mode enable. So just disable it, and it will call only one. Okay, so now go to console, and in here you can see here we are getting the product data. So in here you can see here we are getting the product data. So to set up the form we do not need category and image data, and in image we need to pass it to the image card element where we will be previewing this image. So let's do that. So in here we will be removing the unused property from the product object. So we will be using the rest operator for that. So let we will be removing image, then category, then rest of the property will be stored inside this from data. So from data, and we will be grabbing this from response data dot product. Okay, and we will be then setting our form with this form data. Then next we will be setting this image URL to our image URL state so that our preview section can be showed. So show set image URL, and we will be setting up the image. Because the image is not a fully path, we need to generate the full. Because the image is not a fully path image URL, we need to generate it in here. So we need to prefix it with our backend URL. So we will be storing. So we have stored our backend storage URL in our environmental file. It is http localhost 8000/storage. So let's access this variable. So let's access this variable product. So process dot env. Then we need to suffix the image URL. So let's check it. So in here we are actually viewing the store image. So in here we are actually visualizing the product image which we have stored during the creation, and if we want to change it to a different image, we can also change it in here. let's fix this. So let's fix the styling. Go to edit component. So go to edit component, and in here we need to give it some margin. So my margin. We need to do same for the create element also. So create. Okay, so margin y5. So we can also make the height. So we can also make the height auto. Go to edit component and do it the same. So now we can get the full image. Next we will be updating this product. So let's update this product. Okay, so for that let's go to edit component. During the updatation, so during updatation our image is actually optional, so we need to also modify the image validation. So required is removed, and we will be validating this only when the value is not a empty string. Okay, whenever we will get a valid value, so in here it will be not equal to a empty string, then we will apply these rules, otherwise it will return true. So we'll be doing the same for the next test case. Return true and the value should not be empty string. Now let's test this. Refresh it. So our form is loaded. Let's rename this to test something, and we will be uploading the image. Save it. So we will be changing the image. Open, save it. Okay, so we are logged out for some reasons. The put method is not supported for route API because we are actually uploading. So because we are uploading image, put request does not support any file upload. So we need to use the post request. So go to product store. In update we need to use post request. Post content type will be, we need to remove the content type, and in here it will be post data, and in here it will be post data, and in the edit route we need to also send the form, and in edit component we need to also send the form data rather than the JSON data. So let's do that. So from create, so let's copy this code and paste it in here, and during updatation if the image is not uploaded, the property should not be sent along with site form data, because in the backend API the image is optional, and if it is present then it will validate. So we need to remove the image property if the image is empty. So we can do this via, so if and then else. Okay, let's copy this. If the key is image, and if the data image is not a empty string, append the form data with the image key and the image data. So in this way, whenever the image is uploaded, we will be adding the image with the form data, otherwise not. So let's test this. Log in again. Go to products. Let's go to the first. So our product is refreshed. Let's try to change it. Test product 23 and stock will be 103. Food can be dairy. Let's save it. So it is 400. The name field is required. So in the payload you can see here it is object. So there is some error. So go to edit. So go to edit component. So we are actually passing the data. We need to pass the form data. Save it. Okay, let's try to upload. So let's try to update this. So 201. So we are sending stock, price, category, name, ID. Okay, and in here the product is updated. So you can see here our product is updated. So let's do that again. So test product 23 stock will be 103. So let's try to change the image, save it. Okay, so as you can see here, our product name is updated, stock is also updated, and our image is also updated. Let's update this again. So let's update this again, but this time we will not be uploading the image. So save it. So we have successfully updated the product. And you can see here the image is the old image. So our optional image is also working. So next we will be implementing the deleting feature. Okay, so let's do that. So we need to go to the product store, and in here we are using the delete method, and we are passing the delete id. And if everything goes right, we will be filtering the row where the id is not present. Okay, so let's do that. So let's go to the list component again. So here is the delete dialog function. We are actually, so for the confirm function, we are actually firing the delete data service. So let's go into our, table columns, and in here we are doing the same. So let's try it. Let's try to delete the first product. Delete, confirm, refresh the page. As you can see here, our first product is deleted. So our product CRUD module is ready, where we can list all the products, create a new product, upload a image, also edit the product, and during the edit of the product, our image is actually optional. It is also working, and we can also delete the product. So next we will be implementing this alert component, where we will be showing the success message and also the error messages. So let's try to implement that. Go to React MUI, and in here we will find this alert component, and we will be using this component where we can close and open the alert. Okay, so let's copy this. Let's go to our React application. Because it will be a reusable component, we will be creating it inside components. So new folder, let's name it alert, and we will be naming is app alert, and we will be creating a store for that, so we can control it from other components. So go to store, create a new file, alert store.tsx, and in here we will be copying this dialog store, paste it in here, name it app, name it alert store, and in here we will be having similar properties. So first is the state of the alert, is it open or false. Then we will have this alert data, which will be having status, message, and some extra parameter. So this interface need to be created. So in this interface we are actually passing the status, message, and data will be any, and data will be optional, and type will be any. Okay, next we need to also set up this rather than is dialog open. So rather than is dialog open, it will be is alert open, and we will have this alert data observable also. So next we will be having two actions to open the alert and also close the alert. So let's create this function. So let's create this function. Okay, so in open alert we will be passing some data, and the data will be alert data. Okay, so alert data, and in here we will be setting the alert data and set the is alert open status to true, so that our alert component should be visible. Next we will do the opposite inside our close function. So alert data will be null, and in and is alert open should be false. So our store is ready. We do not need that. So we do not need that. Next, we need to also import the store inside our root store. So let's do that also. So in interface, we need to provide alert store. Okay, now we can extract it. Now we can extract it from root store. Okay, so go to app alert component, and in here we will be using this component. So let's copy this. So let's copy this. Import all missing import, and in here in collapsing and in status, so this is the alert status. It will be true or false. So let's import the global status from the alert store. So const, so it will be alert store. We will be using the use store context, and from alert store we will be destructuring, and from alert store we will be destructuring is alert open observable and close method. Okay, so is alert will be in here and close will be in here. Okay, close and in here also close. Okay, is alert open. Okay, so we do not need this button. Close icon, we need to import it. So we will be importing it from icon materials. Next, we need to also show the message. So in here, okay, so in here we will be showing the status and also the message. Okay, so add all missing import, and the alert data, and the alert data we need to also import it, and the form, and we can also add the severity will be error to showing the error data. So let's do that to status. So let's do that to, so in severity it will be app data status, and if it is not present by default it will be error. Okay, so the severity is showing a red mark because in alert store we are actually setting it string. So we need to also, so we need to actually setting it to alert status. So rather than string we need, so rather than string we need to set it to alert color. So now if we go to it, so it will be showing no error. Now we need to render it so that we can visualize. Now we need to put it into our parent element so that it is available in all of our components. So go to layout, base layout, and in here we will be implementing, and in here we will be putting this. So toolbar, then below toolbar we will be putting this error element. So let's try to import it, and in alert store let's make it true. So if we go to React component, refresh it, you can see here we have this error component. So let's close it, wrap this alert component with observer. Okay, and we need to also import this observer from mobx react lite. Refresh it, so it's nothing here. Close it, it's gone. Okay, so it's working perfectly. And if we set the status to success, it will be in green color. So let's refresh it, so it's success. Okay, so our alert component is ready. So let's try to implement it. So we can go to root store, and in handle error function, so in root store we can now show the alert message. So alert store open, then we are passing the status and also the error message. Okay, let's copy it, and we can also show the success message after the product created and edited successfully. So let's do that. So go to product store. Because we have accessed the root store, so what we can do is, so whenever our data creation is successfully, we can actually show the alert. Okay, so success, and the message will be data dot message, and this alert store can be accessed via root store. Okay, so this root store, then alert store. Okay, and let's copy this. We need to also implement in our update method. So whenever our update is successfully, we can also show the success message. We need to also copy this, and inside delete method we need to also do it in here. After this delete, after the successful deletion, we need to also send the success message. So let's try this. Refresh. Because the primary is true, let's make it false. Refresh this. Okay, so let's try to delete some product. Confirm. So as you can see here, our alert message is successfully generated. Close it. So when we are trying to close the alert, it's actually changing the color. So it's happening because in app alert component, in here, whenever the app status is null, we are saying it should be error by default. So we need to actually change this. Okay, so let's remove this, and I think the problem will be solved. So let's go to edit, save it, and if we try to close it, you can see here the color change problem has been resolved. So that's how we can reuse a component, and also copy the same structure of different module and reuse it in our different modules. So in here we are actually reuse the customer modules. So in next video we will be working on this order component. Thank you for watching. Hello guys, welcome back to another video. So in previous video we have built the customer module, product management module, and in this video we are going to be creating this order module where we will create orders for the customer and also create invoices. So we can create the order. So to create order, you need to select a customer. You can type here and it will be auto completed, and there will be a suggestion. This is a server side feature. So you can select a product. When you select a product price will be selected in here. You have the total. You can change the quantity. Total will be automatically calculated. And in here you can also add discount for the product. It will be in percent. So let's say 10%. So it is 27. You can add it and it will be added to your cart, and this is the total. You can add multiple products. So let's see chocolate. So chocolate is there 100. So let's add this 4. So it is 400. We can add a discount, let's say 5%. Add, and in here you can see our subtotal and total is automatically calculated. Then we can create this order by saving it. Yes, order created successfully. You can see your order in here. So this is the order. We have the order ID, order date, customer name and customer details, and this is the cart. So 236. Click print. So now you can print the invoices. Okay, you can save it as a PDF or you can also print it. So we will be building this module today. So first we will be creating the APIs for our order modules. For this API we need the create, read, store and update API. We will not be building the delete API. And for the form we also need the customer list API to fetch all the customer. So let's build this 6 API in the backend. So for this tutorial we will be using Laravel as a backend. So let's go there and create it. Okay, so let's open customer control. And in here, in the below, we need to create a API to get all the customer as a list. Okay, so we will be using this only for the drop down purposes in the order form. So let's name this public function get list, and we need to access the incoming request data. We will be adding the try catch block. Then in here we need to fetch all the customer name and ID only. So first we will be getting all the customer from the customer table. So then we will order it by first name. We will be limiting it to 100. Then we will only need ID and the first name and last name. So we will be concatenating this as label. Okay. So this will be our format. And if there is any kind of search parameter in the request, we can also create a where. If there any search parameter in the request, we can add a where clause. So let's check this. If request search. So in here, and if there is any kind of search request, we can check with the first name and last name, email, phone number and zip code. Okay. So you can search with zip code, phone number, email also rather than customer name. So next we will return the data list fetched successfully. So next let's add this to the API. So in the customer management, we will be putting it in here. So customer control get list. We will be doing the same thing for the product. So let's copy it and paste it in here. It will be product controller. And we need to go to product controller and create the same method. Okay, so let's copy this, and in here product destroyed. Okay, so let's paste this in here. It will be products order by. So in here it will be ordering by name, limit will be 20, and we will get the ID, name as label, stock and also the price, because we will be checking that stock also, because we need the stock for checking the stock. And if there is any kind of search parameter, we will be search it by the name. So let's check this if it is working or not, and we will do the same thing in here also in product. Okay, so let's open Postman. First we need to log in. So super admin. Okay, let's copy this access token and we will be paste it in here. Save it. And let's go to customer list and let's send this request. List fetch successfully, and here is your customer and label, and we can go for the product also. Product get list. Okay, product get list could not be found. Okay, sorry, it's products. Okay, so this is the product, and let's add a search parameter chocolate. Save it. So you can see here our searching is also working. So we have created the two dependency API for our form. So next we will be building the order module. First we need to create the migration and the model. So open terminal and put it, and open terminal PHP artisan make model order, and we will be creating the migration also. So -m. Okay, so let's go to order migration. So that is the table ID timestamp. Okay, so in order module we will need these fields. First is order number, so it will be a unique number. Then we have then we need the customer ID, for which customer we are creating the order. Then we need the total price of the order and the total quantity of the products which is in the order. These two fields are also optional. You can calculate it from the relational table, but it is more useful to fetch data from this table when you are accessing the order information. So we need to copy these columns and go to So let's go to order model, open it side by side, and so now we need to add the fee level. So it will be protected fee level, and we need to add these columns. So we can use the create method. So it will be customer ID, then we have the price and the quantity. Then we need to also to fetch the customer data, we need to create a function that will be belongs to the customer class, and it will be using the customer ID, and on that table we will be using the ID. So it will fetch the customer detail. So one order can have multiple products and one product can belongs to multiple orders. So it's a many to many relationship. So for that we will be creating a pivot table name product order. So in there we will be storing the order, the product ID and the product price, discount and number of the products for this order. So for that we need to create a model. So PHP artisan make model. Model name will be product module. We are actually following the Laravel way of creating models. So it will be alphabetic. So it will be alphabetic order. So it will be product module. Okay, so it will be product orders, product order. So make model product order and then migration. Let's go to newly created migration. Okay, so this is the product orders table. So in here we need to store the order ID. So it will be table. So we need to use these fields. So order ID, product name for querying purposes, product price, that is the original product price, the product quantity, that is the quantity of the products which is allocated for the order, and the product discount which we will be putting it during the which we will be define it during the order creation. Okay, we need to also add this to the fee level. So let's go to product order. So let's define these columns in the product order model. So protected, so it will be order ID. Okay, so let's copy this. So we have defined the columns in here. So let's create the many to many relationship. So this model will be acting as a pivot table. So let's create the relationship in the order model. Let's copy the class name in the order. So in here we'll be defining a method to access all the products or items for this order. So method will be items. So we'll be using has many method, and the class will be product class, and the foreign key will be order ID, which will be defining it in the product order table, and the relation will be ID for this order. Okay, so our model is ready. Also we have defined the relationship between the order and the product order table. We have also defined the migration. Let's create the controller and create the APIs. So let's create it. PHP artisan make controller. So it will be order controller and it will be a resource controller. So let's go to the order controller. So in here the methods are already defined it because we have used the resource tag. So first we will be defining it. First we will be defining the try catch handler except. First we will be defining the try catch block. Then we will be querying all the order from the order table. Then we will be querying all the orders from the order table. So to fetch the customer data for the order, we will be left join to the customer table using the customer ID and the customer underscore ID, which is on the order table. Then we will be selecting all the orders, and we will be also concatenating the customer first name and last name as a customer name. After that we will be getting all the result and send the data to the front end with a response code 200. And if something happens, it will be returning the. So let's import the db figure from the Illuminate support figure db. Next we will be creating. Okay, next we do not need the create method because we are using the resource API. So method we need editing. We do not want to edit the order, update, destroy. So we do not need that. So in the store method, we will first defining the try catch block. Let's delete it in here. Next, we will be storing all the data which will be coming from the front end. So let's go to Postman, and in here I have already built the JSON, how it will be looking like. So in here we will be sending the data via form data. The data will have customer ID, for which customer the data will be created. So data will have customer ID. Then we will be sending the products as an array, with the information of product ID, the quantity of product, discount related to one product, and the product ID. So from front end, we will be sending product information with this three info, and next we will be sending product information, that is the product ID, quantity of the product, and the discount which is allocated to that one product. And this will be, and we can send multiple products, so that is why it is in array format. Okay, so let's do the coding. So in here, so this is store method. So in store we will first validate the incoming data. So let's import validator, which will be Illuminate support facade, not this .env, otherwise your validation will not be working. So let's do that validator. So in here we are checking the customer ID, and it needs to be existed in the customer module. Okay, so max 2050, we do not need that. Next we want there will be a product array which will be, so next there will be a product array, and we need minimum one product to create a order. So then there will be a product array with a minimum quantity of one, because without product order cannot be created. Then we are also validating the product ID which needed to be existed in the product table. Then we are also checking the quantity, it should be minimum 1, 0 cannot be happening. And this is the discount, so minimum 0, maximum 100. Okay, and this both field will be a numeric field. So if the validator fails, we will be returning the validator errors, otherwise we will proceed to creating the order. First we will be getting all the post data, then we need to begin the transaction, so that if anything goes wrong, we can roll back. We need to use it, so we'll be using transaction, so that if anything goes wrong, we can roll back to previous state. So we'll be using transaction, so that if anything goes wrong, we can roll back to previous state. Okay, so let's create the order first. So first we need to create the order. So first we need to create the order, and to create the order we'll be first using the customer ID and allocate a order number. So it will be pose, then a unique ID. After that we need to calculate the total price of the order. So then we need to calculate the total cost of the order. So next we will be calculating the total price of the order. So data order price, first we will be defining it as 0. Then we will be using a for loop to loop through all the products and calculate the total price. First we need to get the product, and if the product is empty, then we will return a error, product not found. Then we need to check the stock of the product, that is if the product quantity is less than the stock, then we need to check the stock availability. So if the product stock is, if the product quantity is less than the product stock, then we can proceed, otherwise we can say product is out of stock. Then we need to create the order, so data order ID. Then we will be creating the record in the pivot table, that is the product order table. Order ID, product name, product, that is the original price. This is the product quantity, that is the product quantity, and this is the product discount. Then we need to update the stock, so current product stock minus the quantity of products that is allocating for this order. Then we need to save the product data. Next we need to calculate the price, so product price minus the product discount. So then we will be adding this price, to the order total price and also multiply by the product quantity. Then we will be also updating the cart item numbers, that is order quantity number, which will be the product quantity. So in here we are adding it. So at last we will be saving the order and commit the transaction. Then we will be returning a success message, that is product created successfully with the order data. So next API will be show method. So with this method we will passing the order ID and fetch the order information. So we will be using this data to print the invoice. Okay, so first we need to define the try catch block, and in here we will be fetching the order with items and customer information and return the data order fetch successfully. Let's add this method in the API. So let's go here. So let's add, so we will be adding these methods in the API, v1 orders, and this will be list. Next, the post request will be using the store method, and this is the get method for showing the order details. So our API is ready. So let's test that. So before testing, we need to also apply the migration. So let's start the server, PHP artisan serve. Okay, so let's check it. Collection list. So first we will be fetching the list. Send list fetched successfully. There is 0 orders. So let's add a order. Customer ID is 1, product ID is 1, 2, this. So let's send this. Okay, so we have successfully added it. Quantity is 6 because this is 6, 3 and this is 3. Okay, so let's go to list. So in here you can see the order ID, customer ID, price and also the quantity. Next we will be also fetching the order details. So go to show, and in here we will be adding order ID 1, send it, and you can see here order number, quantity. This is the items which is allocated to this product. So chocolate, order ID, product price, quantity, the discount also in here, and the customer details. Yes, this is the customer detail. So because this is one, so it is object and there is many products or items, so that is why it is array. So our REST API is successfully completed. So we have successfully built the REST API for our order module. So let's go to front end and build the UI. So hello guys, welcome back to another video. So previously we have built the order APIs for creating of the order, listing of the all of the orders, and also viewing of a single order. In here, next we are going to be building this front-end UI for the order module, where we will be seeing all the list of product, customer name related to that product, and total quantity of product, and also the total price of the order. We will be creating this create form, where this is an autocomplete component which has server-side searching. So let's say in here we have this John Doe. So if we type John, so it will search and it will be suggesting you the customer name. Then here is our product. It has the similar feature like customer. So we will be building a single reusable autocomplete component for this module. When we select in one product, price will be automatically viewing in here. We can change the quantity and we can also add some discount to a single product. So let's say 10%. So it will be 270. We can add this and we can add multiple products similar to that. And you can see here, this is the total. We can save this. So order successfully created. Then we can also go to this order and we can print it from here. So for this printing, we are using React print library. We can save this as a PDF or we can print it directly from here. So let's build that. So this is our current module. So in previous video, we have built customer module, product module. So let's add the order menu in here first. then we will be copying this product module. First we will be adding a menu in here, then we will be reusing this product module component like this list feature and also the create form. So let's do that. Let's go to our React application. So go to pages, private, and in here we will be creating a new folder named orders. So in order we will be cloning this product create, index and list menu, paste it in here. Let's open this create. So let's rename this product create to order. So it will be order. Okay, and we need to also define it in here. Next go to index, it will be orders, and this is list, so it will be orders. So let's say order list, and in here we can add this order list. Okay, so there is a little red underline in here, although we have installed all the node modules. So what you can do is we can reload or reopen this project. I think it will gone. So let's do that. Okay, it is gone. So let's start the app in here, npm strt. Okay, let's minimize this. So next we need to go to config menu. We will be adding a different route in here, orders, and it will be orders. Then we need to define this component to a route. So go to route, and in here we need to define the routes. So let's copy it and paste it in here. Orders, it will be order, it will be order list. Okay, and order created. So there will be a view item, there will be a view page where we will be printing the invoices. So it will be view slash, then we will be passing id dynamically, and it will be order view. Okay, so let's import it in above. So it will be like this. Okay, list, and okay, list will be list, and view will be view. It is not right now existed, we need to create that. So let's go to again in the private folder order, create a new file, view.tsx rafce, and let's rename this to order view. So no issue found. So we have defined the routes, and we have also created the view, and let's design the view. So for order list, this is using, so right now it is using product store. So we need to create a store for our order module. So let's go and create that. Go to store, and in here we will be creating a order store.tsx. Okay, and we will be copying the product module in here. Let's copy it and let's paste it in here. So it will be named as order store. It will be, so base url will be orders. And first of all, let's go and add this to root store so that we can access it from the context. So in dialog product store, in here we will be putting order store. Okay, so it will be order store. We need to also put it inside the root store. So let's import it. Okay, root store, we need to also add this element in here. This is the benefit of using interface. So if any changes has been happened to this interface, there will be a suggestion that you need to implement all the classes which are implementing that interface. So it's kind of a blueprint of a class. So we need to also put it in here. Okay, so order store. So order store is there. So it is totally configured. So right now it is passing through the root store. So we can actually access it in here. So rather than product store, we can use order store. So order store right now, yes, this is the thing. Okay, paste list, and it is using for order store row data and row columns. Okay, there is nothing else we can do. So let's go to order store and modify the table for our requirements. So let's go there. We have the root store, row data and row columns. So let's defining the columns. So in here there will be no deleting of the order. Okay, so rather than edit, it will be view, and we will be passing the parameter id of the product, sorry, of the order. So we will be passing the order id, and rather than edit button, we will be using a different thing. So let's modify the columns here also. So it will be order number, that will be unique number, customer name, which will be coming from the API, order quantity, and price of the order. So it will be a total price. So next, this is so next we need to also modify the fetch list. We have already changed the base URL to v1 orders. Then we have this list. So first we will be calling this API. If everything is working, then we will be setting the row data with data.data.orders. Okay, and return a promise with resolved data. Otherwise, we'll be rejecting with a promise and handling the error. So this will be the same thing. And in fetch list, we can now call it from here. So in init table function, we are calling this fetch list to initialize the table. So let's go to front end and see if everything is all right. So let's go to orders. So you can see here it is looking great currently. So we have the actions here. We can print it: ID, order name, customer name, quantity, and price. Next, we need to create this create form. Okay, currently it is using the product form designing, but we need to modify it with the order form. So if we look at the orders create form, so we have a autocomplete section. So there are two autocomplete field with server side searching. So we need to create a React component of this so that we can reuse the logic in here also, in this add product form also. So next we have this form where we will be adding the order, and there is a list. So we will be creating two components. One is add order form or add product form, and another one will be all item list. Okay, so let's create that. So let's create that. So go to create form, and in here we need to clear all this because we do not need this. So this is order. First we need to have the schema. So for this order create form, we need only the customer thing. So for this form, we only need this customer data, and we will store all of these items inside our order store. So let's create the schema and also the variable to store all the items in our order store. So first we need to defining the customer schema. So in validation schema, we have only included the customer, which will have a ID and the label, which is coming from the get list customer API. Then we need to also grab this order store and customer store, order store and customer store from use store context. Then we need to instantiate the React hook form. So in here I have taken hook form object, and I am using this schema and using the EF resolver. So the default value for the customer will be this object where ID will be blank and label will be blank. Okay. Next, we need to also extract some methods, that is control, handle submit, from state, errors, reset, and set error, to modify and handling the data and the errors. So in here we are actually returning the create order form. So we are using this form on submit handle submit method to grab the data, and in here we are actually defining the input controller Then we have two buttons, save and back. Save will be firing this handle submit method, and there is a server side autocomplete component. We will be creating this component separately. So let's create that. Before that, we need to also defining the on submit function. So let's define it in here so that we do not get any error. On submit, so we will be passing the data, and let's just console log this data. Okay, data. Okay, let's make it any. Okay, so let's create this server side component. Okay, copy this. Because it's a reusable component, we will be defining it inside this component folder. We have alert dialog layout, so let's create a folder name UI autocomplete server side, server side autocomplete and client side server side autocomplete. So in here we'll be creating a folder name UI, and in here we will be creating another folder server side autocomplete component, and in here we will be creating a server side autocomplete .tsx file. Okay, let's make it a React component. So for server side autocomplete, we will be using this asynchronous request code. So in here you can see here we can type it, and there will be auto suggestion. We can click it and we can also clear it. I am using this example. So rather than this film and title, here we will be using our own data, which will have a attribute, label and ID. So let's do that. So I have already built the server side component previously because it is a complex one. So first we just defining a interface to accept the data and make it dynamic. So server side component will accept only label, a Ajax callback function to calling of the server side API. On option select, which will be a function to select the data. We will be passing the error object and the fill object. Okay, so in here we are actually getting all the profs. Okay, and we are using this interface in here. We are defining the options for the autocomplete. So in here this is the autocomplete options. We are attaching the field object which will be coming from the React hook form. Then we have a input value to check the state of the to check if the input value has been changed or not, and there is a loading state for this loading data. Okay, so then we are using this use effect function to re-render the component and fetch the options and refresh the component. So this is calling in here. So we are calling a fetch option, which is nothing, just we are actually setting the loading state and getting the response from this dynamically passed Ajax call function, which is nothing, just the server side API, and we are passing the search parameter, which will be the input value. So this is our mainly logic, and this component is depending on the input value, on option select and error. So next, this is the autocomplete element which we have seen in the example. In here we are using the same thing. So in here we are actually binding the control field. So get options level. So this function is defining here for to tell autocomplete that to use label as a option menu or option menu. So with this function we are telling autocomplete to use label as a option menu. So with this function we are telling autocomplete to check the label attribute value and compare this to see if the option is selected or not. So filter options, we need to define this function to disable the client side autocomplete or client side search. On key app we are actually checking the input value and set the input value, and whenever the input value will be changed, our use effect will be re-render and it will call the fetch option API where we will be passing the input value and it will get the all latest data from the server. So that's how the actual server side autocomplete is working. Then on change, whenever we are actually selecting any option, we are actually calling this function on option select with a new value and passing it with a new value. It is for like grabbing the autocomplete selection option. In here we have the rendering parameters. We are using this text field, and in here we are also rendering the error. So if there is any error, it will be showing this error. Okay, and this is the circular, and this is the loading state. So if it is loading, then the circle will appear, otherwise there will be null. Okay, so this is how the a dynamic server side component you can define and use it in multiple places. So let's go there and check it. So it is server side autocomplete, so let's import it. So in here we are actually getting the customer list. So there is some, okay, so it is customer store and customer get list. So we need to also define the customer get list function to grab only the customer ID and label from the server, and we will be using predefining APIs which we have built previously. So let's go to customer store. So customer store, and in here we need to defining it in the bottom. So we are making a function named getList which will be accepting the post data, which will store all the search parameter. Then we are calling this getList API, and if everything is right, then we will be returning this data dot customer, and if anything is wrong, we are handling the data. Okay, so this data will be coming in here, and we will passing this in Ajax call function. This function will be triggered in this fetch option, and it will return the response. Okay, so that's how the response is captured in here. Okay, so let's move forward it. Okay, in console we have some error. Navigate. Okay, so we will be also using navigate. Okay, so we will be using navigate also to navigate from one page to another. So let's import it in here. Okay, no issue found. Let's go and check it, refresh it. Okay, so in order create we have this select customer. You can see John Doe. Let's open the console, type John. Okay, so you can see here it is actually grabbing the data John Doe, and in the list you have only John Doe. Okay, so you can select this data, okay, and save it. Okay, so let's add the rest of the form. So we'll be adding a add product form and also a item list. Okay, so let's do that. So let's create a new file, add product item, add new item form. Okay, so add new item form dot tsx. Okay, so it will be rendering this form to add product. We are creating it separately because it has different logic compared to product form. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, so we have created a new file in here. Okay, so let's paste the code. What are new item form? We will be importing it in here. So we have successfully imported. So this form will have product, price, quantity, discount, and total. So we have defining the schema. Price will be number, quantity will be number, and it needed to be minimum 1. Discount will be minimum 0 and maximum 100, and it will be type number. Then we have the total. Then we are actually creating this add new form, and we are actually grabbing the order store and product store. Also, we are actually initiating the React hook form object and extracting the handle submit and control. Okay, so we have a on submit function and then handle select product. This callback function will be passed to the autocomplete of the product, and we will be grabbing all the price, all the data of the product from this autocomplete component to our main component. This function is used to calculate the price, and this is the form. So in here we are defining it a product, which will be a server side autocomplete component. Label will be select product. Ajax call, we are passing the product store get list function. On option select, we are actually grabbing the option, and with the handle select product, we are actually grabbing the product price, total and quantity, and do something with it. Okay, you can see here, here we have this method. So you can see here where we need to create this method in product store. So like we have did this in customer store. So let's copy it and go to product store in the bottom and paste it in here. So it will be having the same thing. So rather than customers, it will be products. Okay, let's go to add new item. So yes, the red underline has been gone. We are passing the errors and also the field object, which is coming from this controller. Okay, next, this is the simple text field. We have the price, we have the quantity and discount and total. So on change of the quantity, we need to also calculate the final price with discount. So in here we are actually created a calculate final price function in here and in here also. So on change of the quantity and the discount, the price will be calculated. Okay, so you can see here, let's say chocolate. So if we change the quantity, you can see here the total has been changed, and then if we change the discount also the total has been changed. Okay, so that's why it is working. So our form is completed. Okay, so our form is completed. So on submit, we need to store the data inside our order store, and we can access it from any component. So let's do that. So let's go to order store, and in here in the top we need to defining. So in the top we will be defining a variable named cart items. Okay, and we need to create some methods to like modify the cart. We need to then we need to create some methods to modify these items, and this item is auto observable, and this item is observable in here. So we need to add this here also. Okay, so let's add some method to change or modify this observable. It is recommended to, rather than modifying this variable directly, we should use some kind of methods. Okay, so let's do that. So in here we have created three methods, that is set cart items, this dot cart items. So set cart items to set the cart items. Then we have a method named add to cart, where we'll be passing a new product value and we will be push the new value to the array. Then we have the remove cart function, where we will be passing a product and we will be removing this from the cart items array. Okay, so let's save this. So we need to also define it as an action. Add to cart, it will be action. Remove cart, it will be action. So that's how you actually create actions in MobX, so that the all of our components are notified whenever the state has been changed. So next we need to create a order. Okay, so let's so the below functions, we do not need that. We only need a create order function. So let's do that in here. So we are actually creating a function. Okay, we do not need that. Okay, so in here we are creating a function which is asynchronous function, where we will be grabbing the customer data, which so in here we will be grabbing the customer data which will be passed. So here we will be grabbing the customer data which we will getting from this autocomplete element, and then we will be grabbing these cart items and restructure it. Then we will be creating a form data with the help of these items and attach the customer ID. Then we will be calling this, and if everything is right, then we will be open the alert with success message and return a promise resolved data. Okay, so that's how the storing of the order is working. So let's go to front end. So let's go to create order element, and in here we need to create and let's go to add new item form element, and in here on submit of the form we need to store this JSON data, and so we need to grab this product information and store into the cart item. So let's do that. So we are calling this order store add to cart function and pass the data which is this product information, product, price, quantity, discount and other things. Next we will be resetting our form so that a new field or new product can be added. Okay, so I think our add new item form is ready. Okay, there is something problem in here. Get data action, get data does not exist. Okay, where is this order store? Okay, so let's go to order store. We need to delete this, update data. Okay, so we need to also update this. Okay, you can see here there is no issue found. Okay, let's come back to add new item form. So now we can use this form inside our create order form. So let's add it in here. So below form we need to add our add new item form. Okay, so let's go to front end and see. So this is our form. So this is the dynamic form we are talking about. So let's check product. Okay, there is no product. Parleji has been there. So PR. Okay, Parleji. You can see here price is automatically selected. This is the quantity, 0 and total, because we have added a function calculated final price, which is actually getting the original price, adding the discount and calculate the final price. So whenever we are actually changing it in here, it is whenever we are actually changing it in here, total has been changed. Okay, so next we will be adding this item menu. This item menu can be found in MUI. So MUI table. So if we go to MUI table, so spanning table, we are using this table. So you can find this example in here and modify according to your needs. So I have just using the subtotal. There is no tax option. So we will be using this code. So let's go to new item form. We will be creating a new component, name all items list. So new component will be all items lists list dot tsx. Okay, and in here, so I have already built this component. So let's see what is in here. So this is a normal function component which is all list item. We do not need console log right now. We are grabbing this order store to access the cart items, and also the remove from cart function to remove any items from the cart. Okay, so in here we are using two functions to format the data and also creating the subtotal. Okay, so subtotal, we are actually looping through the total. We are actually for calculating subtotal, we are actually looping through items which is inside this cart items, and we are actually adding all the values and quantities. So this is the invoice and invoice subtotal. Next, so this is the table. So in table we have two row. First row is like details and price, and there is a second row, and this is the data. So we are actually grabbing the data from the cart items and looping through it. So and printing product level, quantity, price, discount, and total. Okay, and we are using this function to like reformatting of the total number. And this is the subtotal, and this is the invoice total. So there are two functions in here. You can find it on the example. There are actually two functions because they are also including the taxes, but for the simplicity I have not included in here. Okay, so we need to now, and we are wrapping it with the observer function, so that if any state has been changed in this function, we can also re-render this function. Okay, and let's add this item inside our add new form. Okay, so you can see here we can also passing the edit mode, so it is a boolean object. So with this we will be disabling the remove from cart function from the UI, so that for the invoice printing we are using the same table, so this will be dynamic. Okay, we will see that we will be discussing it after that. Okay, so we will be discussing it after some time. So let's go to create, and in here we will be adding the all item list item. We will be adding the all item list component. Okay, okay, create. So in here, so let's import it. So we are passing the property edit mode to true, so that the delete buttons are visible, otherwise they will be hidden. Okay, so it is like this. So let's say if we add a product, so in here this is the delete button. Okay, but if we go to print, we are using the same component. In here you are only seeing the IDs, not the delete button. Okay, so that's the different. So this is our app. So you can see here our table has been added in here. Let's try to add some product. As you can see here our product has been added, and also pricing is been also be visible. Okay, so because the form is ended in here, and in the inside this form there is no submit button, we are actually manually calling the handle submit function in here on click. So we need to defining the logic inside on submit function to call the create order API and show if there is any error message. So let's do that. So this is the on submit function. So let's modify it. So in here we are using this try catch block. So first we are setting any product error message, so we need to also define it in the above. Okay, so we are defining the product error message. It will store any messages which has been occurred during order creation. So let's do that. Okay, so first we are setting it null. Next we are actually calling the create order function from the order store and passing the data. This data is the customer data only. So in here this is the customer data. Rest of the data will be accessible from the store. So let's go to create order. You can see here we are only passing the customer data, and for all the items for all the order items we can actually grab this from this cart items array, which is stored inside our order store. Okay, so and if everything is right, then we can reset the form and navigate to back. Okay, or otherwise we can actually print the error messages, and we can also print another message, that is please select one product. Okay, so let's view this message in here. So in here we will be printing the error messages. So this is the message. Let's save it and let's check this if everything is all right or okay. So let's refresh it. Customer will be Smith Jones, chocolate it will be 100, discount will be 10, and if we let's say discount 0 it will be this. So if we add this quantity you can see here changes. So let's add some product to the cart. Add. So in here you can also see on click of the delete button we can also deleting the product. So let's add some product. Okay, chocolate Parle-G it will be like 120. Okay, Parle-G, and if we say it like 0 then there will be validation messages regarding that. Okay, and quantity must be a number type, so this is the error, so it need to be 1. Okay, so it is 1320. Let's save it. Okay, please select one products. Parle-G is out of stock. Okay, this is happening because if we go to product you can see here we have only 44 stock, so our stock validation is also working. So let's go to order, create this, and if we go there you can see here we are actually also storing the session. We need to delete this and use some low quantity. So chocolate will be 10 added, Parle-G will be let's say 5 added, so 1050. Save this. We have quantities 5 and 10. Okay, and if we go to product you can see here it is 6 and 44. Okay, so it is 6, there will be a error. So let's delete chocolate will be let's say 2. Okay, okay, add it. So 5 Parle-G, 2 chocolate. Save it. Okay, John Doe, save it. Okay, so in this is the order ID. The total quantity of product is 7, and if we go to product 644, refresh it, you can see here it is 4 and this is 39, 5 place. So our stock is also managed. Next, and this is the success message. Okay, so let's go to create data again. So as you can see here after closing this component so as you can see here after closing of this component our cart items has not been resetted. That's why you are seeing this. So we need to reset it after every product has been so we need to reset the cart items after every orders has been setted. Okay, so let's go there, create, and in here if we go to response data you can see here we are resetting the form. In here we need to also reset the cart items. So what we can do is order store dot set cart items to empty array. So in this way whenever there is a successful order the cart items will be empty. Okay, so let's check that. Let's delete this chocolate. Okay, 1 quantity, Parle-G 1 quantity. Okay, at this, so it is 110. Okay, so save this. Customer is needed, Smith Joe, save it. Okay, product created successfully. So you can see here we have this, and if we come back to order you can see here our item cart list has been resetted. Okay, because it is row per page is 5, that is why it's seeing there. And you can see here there is the Smith Joe and this is the 3 items, and previously we have selected 2 items, so it is working fine because it is 5. So I thought there is some issues, but there is not. So let's see if we create a order and let's say edit Parle-G, edit, we are creating a Smith Joe. Okay, so if we just do not complete this order and go to product lists to check if our stock is there or not, let's say chocolate is 1, Parle-G is 1. Okay, and come back to order and create order, you can see here the state is actually fully preserved Okay, we need to also check the customer because it is not present. Save it. Okay, our product has been created successfully, and if we go to create product, and our cart list has been resetted because we have a successful order. Okay, so that's how our order creation is done. Okay, so next we have one thing to do, that is the view orders or invoice generation or invoice printing. So let's do that next. So let's build this page, that is this page. So I've already designed it and built it. I will see how you can actually dynamically do this. And also, so next we will be building this invoicing page and use React print to print this div. Okay, so let's do that. So this is our current app, it is blank in here. So let's go to view page, close others. So and in here we will be also using all item list component because we need the table data. We can reuse this component rather than manually design it in here. So in here we are created a order view component. We are getting the root store. We are using this edit data state to hide and show the all item list delete button, that is remove cart button. If it is false, then it will be only see the indexing number. Next we have the navigate, and we are using navigate. So next we are calling a function called fetch details to get the order details. So in here we are calling the order store get data function. We did not actually create it right now in here, we need to create it. So go to order store. Okay, we need to create the data in here, get data. So first we need to defining it in here, get data. Okay, now we need to define it in here. Okay, so let's do that. So this is our get data function. It is asynchronous function. We are passing the order ID and it is actually fetching the order details. If everything is right, then we are actually returning the product information and also the total calculated price of the product, because we are not storing it anywhere, we are actually calculating it manually in here. Okay, so to calculate that, we are actually using this calculate final price function, which is not actually existed in here. We need to create that. And in parameter we are passing original discount quantity and it will return a number type. So let's do it in here. And to calculate the final price, we are getting the original, deducting the discount price and also returning with the final price into quantity. Okay, so that is how it is working. Then then after the order items has been created, after the order items array has been created, then we are actually setting the cart items with new value and returning a promise. Okay, so let's do that, returning a promise. So let's go to view. So this is the data, and after the data has been grabbed, we are actually setting the edit data. So because we are saying this edit data because we have copied it from the product module, that's why it is called edit data. So it is the JSON data of the current order, okay, which of this order ID. So after setting of the data, so this is the use effect. Whenever the data has been loaded, we are actually set the cart item to empty array because we need to reset the previously set cart items. After that we are fetching the details, that is this, and setting these cart items with new data. So this is the UI. We are using the box element, order details. We are using the same all item list component dynamically, and in here we are actually passing the edit mode to false, so we can hide the delete button. Then we have two buttons, that is print and back. So on click of the print button, we need to print this div as a PDF. Okay, first we need to view this. So we have a number. Okay, so because it is a asynchronous function, it is expecting number as a promise. We do not need asynchronous. It will be a general function. No issues found. Let's check it. So this is the current app. You can see here orders. This is the order detail. We are actually, if we go to network, refresh it, you can see here we are actually getting all the order. We are actually getting the order data created at customer information items, which is a array, total price and quantity. Okay, so from the customer information we are printing the customer information in this form, and from the items of the cart we are actually printing this. Okay, next we need to print this div element as a, so next we need to able to print this invoice. So to do that we will use react print. So let's go to react print, print, react to print. Okay, so let's copy it, let's install it in here. Okay, type npm start. Okay, let's go to view. So we will be use react to print hook to print the div element. So we'll be using use react to print hook to print the div element. So let's, next we need to defining a reference element, then we need to pass the reference id of the div which we want to print to this use react to print hook. So we will be defining a print ref using the react use ref. Okay, we do not need that, we can use ref in here. So first we need to defining a use ref element and we need to bind it to the div which we wanted to print. Okay, so in here we will be defining it in here. So ref will be this print element. Okay, we are actually bind it to the div which we wanted to print. Next we need to define this use react to print hook and pass the content which is inside this print ref element. So print ref dot current, that is the content, and we need to call this handle print function. Okay, so use react to print actually return a function. So on click we need to call this handle print function. Okay, so let's check this. So go to orders, go to print, and let's check this print. Yes, so order details has been printable. You can actually save it as a PDF or you can also print it directly from here. Okay, so save it. Okay, we can back it. So this is our last module for our POS system, that is point of sale project. So we have built the customer module where we can manage the customer. We have built the product module where we can add the product and also manage the stock. So we need to add the stock to 200, save it. Okay, so we can manage the stock. Then we have built a order module where we can create order for our customer and we can add multiple product to our order and also print the invoices. So thank you for watching. Please like this video if you like this and subscribe to this channel for more project like this. Please comment on this video if you wanted more project like this or with the help of different technologies, and if we can make this project better.